Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center for our Crew 9 news conference today. We are joined today here in person with our Crew 9 astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, and Butch Wilmore. We'll be taking questions from. Before we do that, we'll kick it off with some opening remarks from our crew. Nick, go ahead.
Thanks, Courtney. Wanted to kick off with words that would describe what the Crew 9 mission meant, and I think ultimately it's unique, like every spaceflight mission tends to be, and you don't know exactly how they're going to play out. But I think that the Crew 9 mission, when it comes to it, it highlights to me safety and the importance of the mission and the balance of those two. As you all know, back in the early fall, NASA was balancing the safe return of Sunny and Butch with the need to continue the mission that's been going on board the space station for 2.5 decades, up there performing research for the benefit of humanity. And so there was a decision made to send Alex and I up with a couple empty seats and integrate Butch and Sunny into the crew of Crew 9. And then bring them back at the end of a long-duration spaceflight mission. And so we sit here today, minus Alex, who's recuperating in Russia right now with friends and family, thankfully. And we sit here as a testament to the success of that mission. So I look forward to answering your questions. Sunny?
Yeah, sure. Just wanted to say thanks to Nick and Alex for coming up and getting us and bringing us home, and thanks to so many who prepared us for our mission. The commercial crew program with NASA and Boeing, as well as SpaceX, really got us ready to go. All of the trainers here at Johnson Space Center, the mission control teams all over the country, in Florida to California, so throughout the whole country, as well as what we're doing now. Our teams here are getting us ready to get, rehab and get ready to take on new challenges. So, feeling good since we've been back almost 2 weeks now. I actually went out and ran 3 miles yesterday, so I will give myself a little pat on the back. Our trainers are rocking it and getting us ready to get back to help out with the new astronauts as they're getting ready for their mission. So the biggest thing I want to say was thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sunny. Let me start off with an analogy, a sports analogy. This very difficult job that we take part in, it's a team sport. It encompasses organizations throughout NASA, throughout the country, coming together. The Commercial Crew Program, headquarters, the International Space Station program, working together day in and day out behind the scenes, diligently to make all of this work together. And then you couple that with a nation that comes together and it cares about the human spaceflight program and prays for us and what's taking place. It goes beyond understanding, honestly. And then this organization also is incorporated into an international organization that reaches beyond our own borders and brings in the world like no other organization on or off the planet. And I can tell you, it's simply a privilege to take part in all of that.
All right, thank you all for your opening remarks. We will go ahead and start taking questions now. If you're in the room, please raise your hand and we'll be sure to get a microphone over to you. If you're joining from our phone bridge, please press *1 when you're ready to enter the queue. And due to the high volume of questions today that we are receiving, we ask that media start with 1 question, and if we have time for a second round, we'll come back around to you. We'll start here in the first row with any questions. Mark, go ahead.
Mark Strassman, CBS News. Welcome back, everyone. Good to talk to all of you again. We're meeting in this auditorium for a reason. There are roughly 60 news outlets represented here, another 120 or so on the phone. Butch and Sunny, have you been surprised by the continuing and intense interest in your space saga?
I would have to say yes, absolutely. It's interesting. We go and launch. We knew it was a little bit unique, obviously, first time flying on a new spacecraft. So yeah, that was interesting. But then life goes on up there. And I mentioned yesterday, we pivoted and we are International Space Station crew members, and we're doing what all of our other friends in the astronaut office do: is go and work and train and do amazing science experiments up on the International Space Station. So I think you sort of get maybe a little bit like tunnel visioned in what your job is. So it's, do your job type of thing, right? And so you're not really aware of what else is going on down here. I hate to say that, maybe the world doesn't revolve around us, but we revolve around the world, like something like that. But, I think we were just really focused on what we were doing and trying to be part of the team and making sure we pulled our weight for the team. Of course, we heard some things, and I'll let, obviously hand this off to Butch, heard some stuff from our friends and family that people were interested and wondering what's going on and concerned about our health and all that kind of stuff while we were up there. But, we were just part of the team, doing the job, filling in wherever we could, and then knowing that there's rotational flights, and we will be coming home eventually on a rotational flight. So, no, I don't think we were aware to the degree. Pretty honored and humbled by the fact of when we came home, like, wow, there are a lot of people who are interested, very thankful, very amazed that we could hopefully be one positive element to bring people together.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much I could add to that. Just thankful for a nation that cares, a nation that prays, and a nation that is involved in the processes that are important to all of us.
Okay, we'll take our next question here in the room. Tom, go ahead.
Hi, Tom Costello with NBC News. Again, welcome back. Nice to see you all. Everybody's been thinking about you and worried about you. And I'm wondering, once you got your feet back on terra firma, what's the first thing both of you wanted to do? And were there any foods you were craving after 9+ months?
Go ahead, Sam.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to hug my husband and hug my dogs. And I'll say that in that order. But maybe not. No, I'm just joking. But of course, food, something that's just like for home for me, like something that is very, reminds you of home. And my father was a vegetarian, so I had a good grilled cheese sandwich when I got home. So that reminded me of him.
Yeah, certainly embracing the family again, but also the opportunity, and I've already said it a couple of times, is just to say thank you to a nation that got involved in all of this. It makes it special, not just for us, but for all, I think our nation as a whole. So thank you.
All right, we'll take our next question right here in the front row.
Thank you. My question's for Sunny. When you first got off the plane in Houston, we saw you hug Zena Cardman, and there was a nice exchange. If you could describe what happened and your gratitude towards the crew members who stepped aside so that you'd have seats coming back.
Yeah, it's a great observation, so thank you very much. Zena's awesome, Stephanie Wilson, awesome. When this whole thing was unraveling, like my heart went out because it's just sort of like, wow, you're waiting for your space flight, specifically Zena as her first flight. Like, wow, it's a little bit rough to know that you're going to be moved to a different flight. But at the same time, she is an awesome person, an awesome astronaut. She's going to get the opportunity, and this just wasn't the right flight for her to be on at that moment in time. And so I just gave her a big, huge hug. I told her that I used her Crew 9 shirt when we were up there for a photo op, but I packed it back up real nicely and put it in her stuff. And little joking aside, I just wanted to really tell her thank you for taking one for the team, and that's what our office is about. But she needed to have that acknowledgement.
Okay, we'll take one more question here in the room, and then we'll head to our phone bridge.
Hi, this question is for Sunita. I'm Jeff Saperstone, by the way, from NBC in Boston. A lot of people in your hometown, in Needham, they've been watching this
Go Sox.
bit by bit, every moment. Yeah, everybody at the elementary school, there was a big watch party for you when you came home. What's your message to them? They've been so anxiously awaiting for you to return.
Oh, well, I'm back. First and foremost, we were always coming back, and I think people need to know that, and we're back to actually, share our story with so many people, because, it's like you all mentioned, it's slightly unique, and there's some lessons learned to it, and part of that is just resilience and being able to take a turn that was unexpected and make the best of it, and I think that is the biggest thing that I want to, pass down, particularly to kids who think that their life should be the straight arrow to what you want to do, and you're just going to get there. Well, sometimes it takes some turns, some rights and some lefts, and you just keep focused on your goal, and other doors might be open for you. So I think that's the biggest message.
All right, we'll head to our phone bridge. Our first question there is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Welcome back, everybody. Butch, this question is for you. Where do you lay the blame for your Starliner test flight? Clearly, Starliner was not ready to fly when it did. Whom do you hold responsible for everything that happened? Thanks.
That is a question that I cannot answer in a couple of comments, but I'll start with me. There were some issues, of course, that happened with Starliner. There were some issues, of course, that happened that prevented us from returning on Starliner. And I'll start with me. There were questions that I, as the commander of the spacecraft, that I should have asked, and I did not. At the time, I didn't know I needed to. And maybe you could call that hindsight, but I'll start and point the finger and I'll blame me. I could ask some questions, and the answers to those questions could have turned the tide. So blame, that's a term, I don't like that term, but certainly there's responsibility throughout all the programs, and certainly you can start with me. Responsibility with Boeing, yes. Responsibility with NASA, yes. All the way up and down the chain. We all are responsible. We all own this. And we are, in this business, trust, you cannot do this business without trust. You have to have ultimate trust. And for someone to step forward and these different organizations say, hey, I'm culpable for a part of that issue, that goes a long way to maintaining trust. So we're not going to look back and say this happened or that happened and that person or that issue or that entity's to blame. We're going to look forward and say, what are we going to use our lessons learned from this whole process and make sure that we are successful in the future. This is a tough business. The analogy about it, it's always a curvy road. It's never straight in this business. And minimizing those curves and being systems and processes in effect to prevent some of these curves is what we have to do as we leave low Earth orbit and go beyond to the moon and beyond that. So we're going to look forward, and that's the focus.
All right, our next question on the phone bridge is from Anthony with Spectrum News.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. It's nice seeing everyone return healthy and safe. I have a question for both you, Sunny, and Butch. Given the opportunity, would you guys go up on Starliner again?
Yes, because we're going to rectify all the issues that we encountered.
Yeah.
We're going to fix them. We're going to make it work. Boeing's completely committed. NASA is completely committed, and with that, I get on in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I would agree. The spacecraft is really capable. There were a couple things that need to be fixed, like Butch mentioned, and folks are actively working on that. But it is a great spacecraft, and it has a lot of capability that other spacecraft don't have. And to see that thing successful and to be part of that program is an honor.
Yeah.
Our next question is from Jackie with the Times of London.
Yes, hello, and welcome back to Earth. I wondered about the stuck, stranded maroons narrative, and to what extent were you aware of that narrative playing out around that down here, and has that been frustrating for you to have to address? Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was a little garbled.
The stuck maroon.
Oh, the stuck maroon narrative. We heard about that. Yeah, we heard about that.
Somebody mentioned that.
We've said this before. We had a plan, right? The plan went way off of what we had planned, but because we're in human spaceflight, we prepare for any number of contingencies because this is a curvy road. You never know where it's going to go. We prepare for this. So we, as Sunny used the term, and it's a great term, we pivoted to all that training we did that we didn't think we needed to do, and a lot of people didn't think we needed to do, but we did it anyway, as we pivoted to this other preparation, and that is what makes human spaceflight, your human spaceflight program, special. It is hard, like I said, and preparing for any number of contingencies is what we do. It happened to be me and Sunny involved in this, but it could have been any one of the astronauts. There's 40 or so of us eligible for assignment. It would have been any one of us that would have been in the same situation, or could have been in the same situation, and would have done the exact same thing that we did, because they would have gone prepared just like we did.
Yeah, and one addition to that, this is a lot bigger than, Butch and myself, like we've talked about already. This is the International Space Station program, and there's a lot of, wheels that are turning and wickets that we have to go through to get people up to the International Space Station to do all of the amazing science that we're doing up there We recognize that, we know that, just like anybody else in the astronaut office, and we came, as Butch has mentioned before, prepared, and we are ready to do that pivot and be part of that bigger thing that's not just about us, knowing that everybody on the ground, there's a huge team of people, like I quickly mentioned in my quick thank you, but there's a huge group of people who are looking at the whole program and understanding how and what was the best time and way to get us back home. We knew that, and we were ready to wait until that decision was made, and that was fine.
And I'll also add that we're grateful for people that, I don't think they were looking just at us when they make recommendations. We can do this, we can do that. They're looking what's best for the human spaceflight program, for our nation's goals. They're not looking just about Sunny and Butch. And we appreciate those entities that do that and reach out and say, hey, we can do this, we can do that, we can do that. And NASA says, hey, we got a plan, we came prepared, here's what our plan is, and we think this is the best plan because it doesn't disrupt the flow of how these missions lay out. So, and that's the one we went with.
All right, we'll take our next question here in the room. Andrea, go ahead.
Thank you guys for being available today. So your mission became unusually political. Given your experience, do you think other astronauts are going to get nervous that they could be caught in the middle of a political fight? And is there a point where, this starts to jeopardize safety of a mission when you start looking at all these politics that come into play? Thank you.
I think Nick's got some good insight on that.
Good job.
So the way I'd like to answer that is that when we're up there operating in space, you don't feel the politics, you don't feel any of that. It's focused strictly on mission. And if I step back a little bit to the question before, Butch and Sunny talk up here, they make it sound like, everybody figured out what they could do with us. The reality is they are highly skilled, very technically competent, and it took everything I had on every day to keep up with them as they're moving along. So they were more than just gap fillers on the station. They were productive, pushing the station mission forward. And Sunny was the station commander, so she was calling the shots. So you get in that environment, that operational environment, the politics, they don't make it up there. We are working as a part of an international team that spans the globe and works with, half a dozen mission control centers spread around the globe that are talking in multiple languages, and we just figure out how to make it happen. And that's the magic of human spaceflight, is that we can focus on something so positive that pulls people together. And we've been doing that for a long time. Yeah.
All right, we'll take our next question here in the room.
Hi, I'm Jay Wan with KPRC, the NBC affiliate in Houston. This question is for Butch. I actually stopped by your church right before I came here, and I heard that you were still attending your church services from space.
Right.
Can you tell me a bit about why that was important for you to do?
Well, goodness, the Word of God continually infilling me. I need it. My pastors are the finest pastors on or off, in this case, the planet. And to tie in and to worship with my church family was vital. I mean, it's part of what makes me go. And not only that, I also tied into Grace Baptist Church in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. A buddy of mine is an elder there and a pastor there, and I would watch their service as well every single week. And it was invigorating. It was part of what I need as a believer in Jesus Christ to continue that focus. It assists me day in and day out because I need that fellowship, even though it's fellowship from afar, and it's not like being fellowship up close, but still I need it. So yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, we'll head back to our phone bridge. Next up is Ryan with NASAspaceflight.com.
Hi, thank you. For the whole crew, of course, this narrative that's being pushed out has made your mission probably the most popular NASA mission to the general public for as long as I can remember, probably since the retirement of the shuttle. But for the whole crew, do you think this extra attention has been a net positive or a net negative for the agency's sort of popularity and the spaceflight industry as a whole? Thank you.
I'll start with this one. Yeah. it's, again, an honor that actually people were paying attention. And I'm very thankful that people are paying attention. And, you know, sometimes good news, bad news, it's just news, and it's good for space exploration, and that's what we're all about. You know, our mission, of course, building and working on the International Space Station was just awesome, and we all had the opportunity to do that. But we also have bigger goals of exploring our solar system, going back to the moon, going on to Mars. And to get people understanding that it is hard, it is difficult, and what we do up there is really awesome. And I think at least that we had a little bit of that came with the interest in this mission. And if we can perpetuate that and tell people a little bit more and have the opportunity, the forum to do that, I'm very thankful for that.
All right, our next question is from Nicole with the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Hi there. Could you perhaps talk about how difficult it was being away from your friends and family, particularly since you hadn't prepared for that?
Difficult. Yes, I would say it was difficult. It wasn't in the preparation, but in my family, we talk about these possibilities. We discussed all of this. We never said we were going to be gone for 9 months, but it turned out that way. But the discussions we had, and it's not just discussions prior to the mission launch, this is the way we've trained our daughters from the time they were born, because I am, you know, their dad isn't a unique occupation, right? This is not the norm leaving the planet, and they understand that. And they, again, use that term, pivoted and got on board, understanding that this is part of what families and these type of businesses do. And it's not just in human spaceflight. This is military, armed forces, police forces, all across all different types of occupations that are involved in the possibility of extended stays away. And we're not unique in that. And so they understand that. They have friends that have parents in other areas where they've been involved in similar type situations, and all of that came together. And, you know, the Lord's help, we persevered, and they persevered, and I can tell you, I am very proud of them.
We'll take another question on our phone bridge and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Tom with Sky News London.
Hello, thanks for taking my question. Congratulations on your extended mission and your safe return. Although the political situation around this did bring a lot of attention to space and to the International Space Station, some of the statements that were made during your stay up there caused embarrassment to NASA, forced them to make corrections to statements. Now that you're back, did the politics around your stay make a difficult situation worse?
I'm not sure I understood.
I didn't understand the question
Missed everything
exactly.
except for that last part.
Yeah, you came in just, you were broken up just a little bit. Could you please try to repeat your question one more time?
Yeah, I will, yes. Can you hear me? I was asking whether, although the political wrangling around your extended stay in space brought a lot of attention to human spaceflight, it did, some of the political statements raised caused embarrassment to NASA, forced to make denials about various things that were offered and not offered, and sometimes to your astronaut colleagues. Did the politics around your mission make a difficult situation worse?
Yeah, thank you for the question. You know, I talked about how the politics kind of, they don't make it up there when we're trying to make operational decisions. So as the commander of Crew 9, responsible for the safety of this crew and getting them back safely, I can tell you that the entire time up there, you know, I launched with that singular objective of showing up to the station and having to integrate Butch and Sunny into a crew with Alex and myself. And then we were planning, you know, from day one to return toward the end of February. That all predicated on the fact that we would have a replacement crew show up and we'd have adequate handover with that crew before we left. That's important to maintain the mission of the International Space Station, to continue pushing research and exploration. And that was never in question the entire time. There were a lot of options that were discussed, and the ground team and the team on the ground, we've alluded to it a couple times already, is gigantic, and everybody was working with singular focus on how do we end the Crew 9 mission at the right time and maintain the safety and the success of the space station mission. And launching in September, given all the unique dynamics surrounding this mission, and coming back originally targeting the end of February and hitting the middle of March, that's pretty much on target if you look at the track record of human spaceflight. It's dynamic, it's challenging, the weather doesn't always cooperate, but we figure out how to make it work.
All right, we will take our next question here in the room.
Box 26 here in Houston. Welcome back to H-Town. Sunny and Butch, both of you all have a long history of being active and athletes, but with that being said, obviously you all spent nearly 9 months in space. What does that recuperation and recovery process look like getting acclimated back here to Earth?
I'll start. I can tell you we have a group of individuals, astronaut strength conditioning and rehabilitation specialists. And we are directly integrated with them day in and day out. They send us protocols to work out. And I can tell you, I'm not as young as I used to be, but I was stronger on space station doing more weight and more reps on exercises than I have in my entire life. Because this group of professionals work to get us stronger and stronger and stronger. We're trying to minimize muscle atrophy, minimize our bone loss. So if we go to other planets, the moon and other planets, in the foreseeable future, that we will be able to function when we get there. It's a whole science built around this team of individuals that are working to help us better understand human physiology and what zero gravity does to it and how we can mitigate the effects of the bone loss and the muscle atrophy. So day in and day out, I worked out every single day. We went into quarantine on the 22nd of April. And starting on the 22nd of April, I never missed a single day of workout because your body can recuperate in zero gravity. It doesn't have the normal stresses of gravity on it all the time. So you work out real hard, you hurt for an hour, and it finally fades away and you're ready to go the next day. So I applaud those individuals. They are making huge gains in the preparation to go beyond low Earth orbit. And it's science that is taking place day in and day out and has for years, and we're still learning and we're still progressing.
Yeah, at like day 265 on the ARED, because it counts all your days that you go into a workout, I was thinking, I wish the hay was in the barn. But every single day, just like Butch is saying, you got to get on the machine and work out. And it actually is a really great stress relief to be able to have that time up there and run or bike or lift weights. It's really great. And the folks that Butch is talking about, is along with the nutritionists, really are looking out for us and making sure that when we get back here to planet Earth with gravity, we'll be able to function. So yeah, it's an adjustment when we get back, and they're here right with us from day one when we landed, ready to evaluate us and see how we're doing, and then work on a protocol to get us back. And like I said, I sneakily went for a run yesterday, but that's all as a result of their hard work.
Yeah, I mean, who would even imagine that you come back from 10 months in space, roughly 10 months, and within a week you run 2 miles at an 8-minute pace. I mean, that's not even conceivable that the body could handle that. But these folks get us ready to where those type of things happen.
Okay, we'll take our next question here in the room.
Yes, hello. I'm just wondering, there are a lot of people that depend on jobs here in the aerospace industry in the Houston area, 23,000 total. Wow. In the past, when there have been issues with NASA spacecrafts, there have been delays, and now we have another issue with the Boeing Starliner. Is there any concern that your issues with Boeing may delay future projects, future missions? And what would you say to one of your fellow astronauts before they go up on another test flight?
Well, that's a great question.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think we all have alluded to it. There's lessons learned. And that's like a piece of hope, right? We're not just sitting here doing the same thing over and over again, and we're learning from every mistake potentially, or maybe a decision that we've made and how we could make that better and do better the next time. When we go to the moon, we won't have an International Space Station to maybe take a stop at. We really have to get it right. And because of our mission, I think that highlighted some areas where maybe we need to work on and get it right for our fellow astronauts. I think they're encouraged by that, right? You you learn and you move on and you get better. And I think that's part of the learning process. It's part of the exploration process.
I mean, we are scheduled on Wednesday to meet with Boeing leadership, the program managers, senior chief engineers, to discuss some of these issues. They want to come together with us, Sonny and myself, because we lived through this with them, and get on board with what the future looks like. And having flight crew with background in test and acquisition involved in the processes going forward to make sure that we're dotting every I and crossing every T. But still, that doesn't mean that you're guaranteed success in anything. Like we've said many times, this is a tough business. And we're learning all the time to go further and further and further.
We'll take another question here in the room.
I'm Shang from New York Times. This is for you. I was just wondering if you could sort of talk about your personal future. Sorry. There's been a lot of talk about this uncertainty about the future of the human spaceflight program, suggestions that ISS should be deorbited in a few years, there should be a pivot from the moon to Mars. How do astronauts feel about these potential changes? And 3 years is a lot longer than 8 months.
So we've each been able to do multiple missions to the space station. And I'll let Butch and Sunny add on to this, but one of the things that I noticed was a dramatic increase in the complexity and just the weightiness of the experiments that we were conducting this time around on the station since 6 years ago when I was last there. And it just gives you this sense that we are in the golden age of the space station right now in terms of the return on investment and what we're able to do there. And it's not just focused on return to benefit the Earth. It's also focused on enabling all those things that we're going to need as we go to the moon and on to Mars. And so I am really optimistic when I think about the future of human spaceflight.
Yeah, I would add on to, it was over a decade since I've been up there last, and I was pretty excited about what was going on. There was a lot going on when we first got there. It was an honor to be working with Crew 8 and seeing all that they were doing and just trying to help them with their stuff, and then, being, prime, moving up to the prime spots for Crew 9 and Expedition 72 as we took on a lot of experiments ourselves as well as spacewalks. And what the space station is doing to help us in exploration is really encouraging, and it's exciting. And I'm a little envious of the future astronauts. The guys who are coming behind us, they're going to have so many wonderful opportunities to do the same as us, add to that exploration, add to trying to find the answers to the next questions. It's going to be an exciting future. So I'm not worried about aerospace industry. I think there's a lot going on, and it's a great time to be in it.
We'll take our next question right here.
Hi, Ed Lavandera with CNN. Thanks for taking the time today. When you re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and came back to gravity, can you talk specifically about any kind of weird either sensations or experiences that you've had dealing with that over the last couple of weeks? And more importantly, did you know that you guys had been greeted by dolphins when you splashed down?
I can tell you that returning from space to Earth through the atmosphere inside of a 3,000 degree fireball of plasma is weird, regardless of how you look at it.
Doesn't matter what type.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what type. It's thrilling. It's amazing. I remember thinking about the structure of the capsule and the stresses that it was taking, that was ongoing as the drogues came out, and the whole capsule starts shaking and twisting, and thinking about the stresses taking place and going, "Wow, I hope those cables hold." And then the parachutes open up, and then you're like, I've said it many times, there's not a better feeling returning from space than the parachutes open and work. And I didn't have the view in front of me, and thankfully Nick did. He had a view of a camera going out right off the top, and he said, 3 parachutes, 4 good parachutes. And I tell you what, it's a great feeling.
It was a great feeling.
And it's exhilarating because this, again, I can't help because it's within me. This is our national focus, national goals. We don't do this because NASA decides to do this or this or this. This is Congress and everything coming together to affect a human spaceflight program with a purpose. And part of that purpose includes bringing those astronauts back to Earth. And it's a thrilling ride like no other that you could imagine. And satisfying.
Yeah.
And I had requested dolphins as kind of a joke.
Yeah.
Somehow they pulled it off.
yeah, I just hats off, like Butch said, to Nick he's just commentating the whole way down. So there was obviously, we had trained this and gone over it while we were up on the space station and reviewed, but just to hear everything as it was ticking along, it's just really awesome to, like, you can envision it. You had a display, I think there's a camera that goes up, right, to see it. And Butch and I both had a window on either side where we were, and I was watching through the window as much as I could, but then all of a sudden, with the heating, it glazes over, and then you can't see outside. A funny thing that happened, though, after you can't see, you can still sort of see through it. We knew it was daylight, and we knew the folks were coming out to rig the spacecraft, and I see a little tennis shoe sort of going in front of the window, so I'm like, okay, our friends are here getting us ready to get back on the boat, and that was pretty special, too. I didn't see a fin, though. I wish I had saw a fin.
Okay, we'll head to our phone bridge. Our next question from Margaret Smith.
Hi, everyone. This is Margaret Smith from Worcester, Massachusetts, the home of Robert Goddard, who started it all. Thanks for taking the time today. And my question to both of you is, for those who maybe are not especially familiar or who may sort of question the need for the space station, can you all make the case for why that work is important?
Why the station work is important.
Why the space station is important? Oh, the space station is amazing, right? So just sort of like we've talked about a little bit earlier in this conversation, so we're doing a bunch of stuff like Butch alluded to, physiology, understanding what happens to humans as they're in space for a longer period of time. That brings in lots of science experiments in chemistry, in biology. Some of that stuff all comes back to Earth because we're doing some amazing stuff in the microgravity environment. Some of it is mirrored, for example, in our own human bodies. And so there's a lot of stuff that's happening for us, for exploration, for the humans, as well as for Earth. And then, as Nick alluded to, there's all sorts of systems and other things that we're testing up there to help us take those next steps to go back to the moon and onto Mars, figuring out all these exploration systems, including docking vehicles, like different types of spacecraft that we have up there, other types of commercial spacecraft that are coming up for resupply. That's all a huge program to get us to understand how we're going to take the next steps in exploration. I can't help also but talk about STEM. I mean, all of this is STEM, right? Science, technology, engineering, and math. And I'm hoping the work that we've done up there also encourages the next generation of kids to understand how important that is and how they can become involved. We did lots of experiments up there with kids and universities and companies, trying out new guidance, navigation, control algorithms and robots that were flying inside the space station, competitions, for example, for them. And that's pretty awesome that you can really touch and talk to kids on the ground as you're doing experiments up there, and they have their finger on the pulse of science experiments, and they can understand that and think to themselves, I could be part of this one day.
Our next question on the phone bridge is from Neil with ITV News.
Congratulations on a great job, everyone. Sunny, can I ask how your body is recovering to life with gravity after 9 months? And Butch, what's your message to others from your experience, the delays that you guys faced, and any lessons in patience for the rest of us down here?
Oh, I think I'm doing okay. I was just joking around and showing off a little bit, but no, seriously, we talked a little bit about our group, the Astronaut Strength Reconditioning folks that are getting us back in shape, and every day feeling better and better. It's pretty much a miracle to see how your human body can adapt. I mean, the first day we got back, when all of us came down the ladder and greeted everybody, it was we were all a little bit wobbly at that time, and it's amazing within 24 hours how the neurovestibular system kicks in, your brain understands what's going on. And then the agility and the weightlifting that occurs in the next week that makes you feel good enough to actually, like I mentioned, go out, run, actually lift weights, get in there, do squats and deadlifts and stuff already. That's pretty incredible. So I knew it was going to happen. We all knew it. We've all flown before. We all knew that there's just this little bit of a hump to get over, and then you can get back on it. Hope to do a couple of races in the springtime.
Yeah, I think the clear message is that, like I said when I started, it takes a team. It takes a team of motivated and passionate individuals. We don't have a human spaceflight program. You don't have folks sitting up here in a blue suit without the massive team that's making it all happen. We get to ride the pointy end of the rocket. It is wonderful. We get to go to the space station. We're the arms and the eyes for PIs here on Earth. They're the ones that are doing the hard work. We're just setting up and doing and switching and changing. So it takes a team, and I would say any part of this team is a great and wonderful place to be, and because we're proud of all of them, because we don't have it without them.
Our next question is from Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much for taking my question. Butch, you mentioned that you were going to be meeting with the Boeing leadership to talk about Starliner, and I'm wondering, are you surprised that after all these months, I mean, it's been almost, 7 months since Starliner landed, that they still haven't resolved all these problems? And will you and Sunny be assigned to work with them over these next many months getting Starliner ready?
Okay, so a couple of questions there. Am I surprised? I'm not surprised. I mean, this, like we've said it several times again, human spaceflight is hard. It's not that no work has been done to this point. There's a great deal of work being done. But we have insight that not many other people have. We worked this program for 6 years before we launched. We talk to everyone up and down the chain of command, and we have insight that other people don't have. And we want to share that as much as possible. We try to share it from orbit, but that's hard, right? We're not face-to-face is how you communicate. It's very difficult to communicate when you can't even see the other person that you're talking to. So we've had some conversations, but now it's time to get serious and get together and talk about some of these issues and some of these things, and get us, and not get us, we're already tracking on the right path, but maybe a little tweaking here and there because of some insight that we'll be able to give them. That's the purpose of that meeting. And they're eager to do it, as are we.
We'll take our next question here in the room.
Jacob Rascone, KHOU 11. I wonder what you would say about the life lesson I think we can all relate to. We've all made plans, we've all been excited about those plans, and we've all watched those plans kind of fall apart. What would you say about what allows you to meet the moment with courage, with serenity, or maybe you didn't, internally. But what would you say about that life lesson I think we can all relate to?
Well, I'll start. I'm sure you want to add, both of you, because I think every flight is a little bit different than what you go in planning it to be. It doesn't matter if it was this one or many other flights or many things in life, just like you alluded to, right? I think the go-to thought there is, what is the opportunity in front of me? Like, it's not a missed opportunity, it's actually another opportunity that I didn't really think about, and wow, that opens a lot of, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of doors or a lot of things to learn. I think it's great. I think that's the opportunity. That's the point, I think, of the whole thing. Is like, when something doesn't go your way, you just have to take the blinders off and look around you and see what other really great things are waiting for you. And then just take advantage of that. Learn as much as you can while you're wherever you are, whatever your situation is, and move on from there, and then share that lesson.
Well, I sort of had a similar question on orbit, and I think my answer would be similar. Life is our life, all of our lives are bound up in many things. For me, and it's faith in my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He is the end-all, be-all. He forgives us. He teaches us when his word says about being content in all situations, because he's working out his plan and his purposes for his glory and our good. And I believe that because the Bible says that. And that's the message that I lived. We lived it. My family lived it. We taught them these things throughout their lives. And that's contentment. It doesn't mean always happy. It doesn't mean there's no pain. But content and knowing that God's in control, sovereign God's in control, working out his plan and his purpose. And you might say, well, goodness, that wasn't a very good thing. God did that. Well, he's working out his plan and his purpose. I mean, who's lived a life without pain? I mean, no one. That's the nature of existence. Who's lived a life without sorrow? Who's lived a life without challenges? It grows us, we learn from it, and that's the focus that I try to take from it. What's the Lord trying to show me? And what's he teaching me? Because there's so much to learn in life, and there's so much to learn from this evolution. And I think I know my daughters are better off for it, and I'm grateful for that, and I think we are as well.
If there's any additional questions here in the room, please be sure to raise your hand and we'll get a microphone over to you. In the meantime, we'll head over to the phone bridge to Josh with space.com.
Hi, Josh Skinner. Thank you all so much for doing this. This question is for all three of you. What were the most out of this world and your favorite experiments or tech demos you got to be a part of on this mission? And for Williams and Will more specifically, did the extension of your mission create any new opportunities for experiments or research that was not originally planned for the expedition?
You start. Sure. So while I was up there, we performed about 150 different experiments. Of those, the ones that you know the most about are the ones where you end up being one of the guinea pigs in the experiment. So there's about a dozen different experiments where we were doing things to me and seeing how my body adapted. Whether that was a vascular aging experiment where we're measuring how stiff my arteries get because life in space tends to manifest itself as accelerated aging, and so we can better understand how the human body responds to that and hopefully provide some treatments on the ground to help with problems that, as you get older, you encounter. How our immune system works. Did a whole study on the immune system and how my body was responding. Life on orbit tends to suppress the immune system, and why does that happen? We're trying to understand that so that we can help design better treatments on the ground, but also understand how we can support crews that go deeper into space on longer missions. Probably one of the most shocking experiments. Butch and Sunny got to watch me wire myself up to muscle stimulation pads and shock myself and trying to figure out how do we keep our muscles strong when we don't have access to all the equipment we have on the International Space Station, because as we go to the moon and on to Mars, that's a lot of extra mass, and if we can do it with smaller equipment, maybe that works. The side benefit of that is anybody that's been bedridden on the ground, that's also a treatment for how you can support somebody that's been kind of tied to a bed for a long period of time and help keep them healthy. So there's a benefit directly to the ground. And that's three of them. They're all interesting, and I'm one of many subjects, and it takes years to get enough subjects to go through the space station to be able to generate enough data to draw some conclusions. And so that's why research up there takes a long time. But the value is clear.
Just very briefly, there's some medications on Earth that work well with a certain age group, but the same medication doesn't work so well with another. So it's a capillary flow experiment to try to understand how that medication is flowing through our bodies, and maybe there's something we can figure out as to why those things are. And we're trying to figure that out, and that's very beneficial, obviously, to mankind, and may benefit some of our families one day.
And I just want to highlight some other science that's going on up there, because we have just an amazing person, Don Pettit, who's up on the space station getting ready to come home. And every day he's up to something and just trying to highlight what microgravity does and how it is, as well as amazing photography, which I'm sure a lot of you have probably seen out there. And the fact that he can take a picture of a red sprite or a blue jet and have a picture from the space station looking down on a lightning cloud is just incredible. And it enlightens all of us into what is actually going on in the universe. And that's just simply because he's curious. And that is something that's actually, like I said, we're sharing and we're showing off to everybody, like, wow, we think we know what's going on, but we really don't. And if you just open your eyes and make some observations, like Don does every morning at 4 a.m., we learn a whole lot.
Yeah,
it's a great place.
Don's taking potatoes he's growing and the nitrogen produced in the roots of the potatoes to nourish the peanuts that he's growing. I mean, it's pretty special. He's a special guy.
He's awesome.
Our next question on our phone bridge is from Robert Perlman.
Hi, for Butch and Sunny. You're now the first astronauts to fly on both Starliner and Dragon, admittedly one on the way up and one on the way down. Was there anything about either spacecraft that you found you liked more about the other that stood out as a feature, especially in terms of crew amenities?
More Velcro on SpaceX, on Dragon. That's a crew amenity.
That's a crew amenity, which would
We've
be
talked
nice.
about that. That's why I said.
Yeah. They're both unique, and they both have their purpose and made to do the same thing, but I think what's really cool is, give a problem to do for two different people and see how they solve it. Starliner is a really awesome spacecraft, like Butch had mentioned, with the integration of manual control as well as automation, as well as its vision system. Dragon is a very comfortable spacecraft that tells you what it's doing, which is very nice versus having to interpret displays as we have done throughout the space programs with, former programs, including shuttle. So they're both different, they're both unique, they both have their place in history. Very honored to have had that opportunity to see both of them up close and personal and ride them both. I don't know if I have a preference, honestly. They're both great for different reasons.
Our next question on the phone bridge is from David Curley.
Thank you very much. Butch, you mentioned lessons learned. Sunny, you mentioned earlier about the ability of the Starliner. When you meet with Boeing, what is the overarching message you'll deliver to the company?
We don't have enough time to go into all that. If you understand the spacecraft that we have now, we have Dragon, we have Orion, and we have Starliner. In my opinion, Starliner has the most capability when you think about its ability to maneuver automatically, you think about its ability to maneuver manually in all phases of flight, and then we have a mode, if those modes have failure modes, we have a backup mode where we can go directly from controllers to the reaction control system jets and maneuver the spacecraft. There's no spacecraft that has all of this capability. I mean, I jokingly said a couple of times before we launched that I could literally do a barrel roll over the top of the space station. I would never do that, but you can in this spacecraft. It is very, very capable. If we can figure out a couple of very important primary issues with the thrusters and the helium system, Starliner is ready to go. We have to do some tests. We have to do some integrated tests. We have to bring it all together in a process of qualification that is not going to happen overnight, but it has to take place. And Starliner will be right in line with the number of missions that Dragon and affect what it is designed to do. And that's ferry crews to and from the International Space Station and cargo. And I think that very quickly we can get on that track, and that's part of the discussions that we'll have.
Mm-hmm. Our next question is from Carolyn with Fortune Magazine.
Hello, thank you, and welcome home. Can you share maybe any special times or conversations you've had just with family or friends since you've been home?
Conversations you've had with family and friends since you've been home?
Since we've been home. Well, for me, it's making plans. My family had been making plans while I was gone because we thought we were only going to be gone for about a week and a half, 2 weeks or something. And so there was definitely plans throughout the summer. There's plans throughout the fall. Personally, we have a house up in New England, and my husband's been talking about when we're going to get up there and do a lot of fun stuff up there. And I think that's probably appropriate when it gets hot and humid here in the summer. Ready to take a little reprieve up there. So those are mostly the conversations about just like, what's next? What's next on the list? What else do you want to do? Where else in the world would you like to go see? Because, when you come back from space, it's really hard to sit where you just are because there were so many amazing places that you saw, like Patagonia, for example. For me, it was like, there's a bigger bucket list that I had when I left, which is unfortunate for my family, but we're all going to, or fortunate for my family, we're all going to be taking some trips. So I think that's mostly the conversations about just being home and enjoying each other's company and going seeing new things.
Yeah, I think when you've had this period of recuperation and getting back in the swing of life on Earth, it's pretty close as far as the people that you interact with, your family, folks at church. So I think my message, at least in the short term here, has been thank you for the support of us. Thank you for the support of my family, but then it goes beyond that to my home state of Tennessee. There's an immense amount of support by my family there and friends there, and the whole state, as a matter of fact. Tennessee's a wonderful state. Put in my pitch for Tennessee. But getting up there eventually and relaying the same thank you to them and to, like I said, to a nation that cares, and a nation that prayed. And this opportunity right now to say thank you to our nation, our wonderful nation.
Our next question on the phone bridge comes from Utarish. Go ahead.
Welcome, everyone. My question to Sunny is that Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO chief, has said that India wishes to utilize your expertise in space exploration. So is there any scope of hope that we can see you working or collaborating with ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization, in future? And second part of this question is, while being in ISS and seeing India from space, is there any moment you would like to share? How does India look from space, Tony?
Opportunity, the second.
Let me address the second question real quickly. India is amazing. Every time we went over the Himalayas, and I'll tell you, Butch got some incredible pictures of the Himalayas. They're just amazing. And you can see, like I've described it before, just like this ripple that happened, obviously, when the plates collided. And then as it flows down into India, it's many, many colors. I think when you come from the east going into like Gujarat and Mumbai, the fishing fleet that's off the coast there gives you a little bit of a beacon that here we come. And then all throughout India, I think the impression I had was it was just like this network of lights from the bigger cities going down through the smaller cities. Just incredible to look at night as well as during the day, highlighted, of course, by the Himalayas, which is just incredible as a forefront going down into India. I hope, and I think for sure, I'm going to be going back to my father's home country and visiting with people and getting excited about the first, or not the first, but the Indian astronauts who's going up on the Axiom mission coming up. Pretty awesome. They'll have a hometown hero there of their own that will be able to talk about how wonderful the International Space Station is from his perspective. But I hope I can meet up at some point in time and we can share our experiences with as many people in India as possible, because it's a great country, another wonderful democracy that's trying to put its foot in the space countries, and we'd love to be part of that and help them along.
Do you plan to take your crew members on that trip with you?
Absolutely. You might stick out a little bit, but that's okay. We'll get you all primed with some spicy food. We'll be good.
Okay, we have time for one final question on the phone bridge from Jim Siegel.
Everybody, Jim Siegel here from Florida Media Now. Thank you for taking my question. Butch and Sunny, you missed a couple of holidays while you were back up at the International Space Station, Christmas and Thanksgiving. I wondered whether you have done or are planning to do anything special with your family and friends for those holidays. Thank you.
I don't think we missed them. Right. I think we celebrated every single one. We actually had a reindeer that we built and rode like a bull. I don't know if you saw those pictures, but we celebrated in style, trust me.
Oh yeah, and Nick was great because he came up anticipating that we were all going to obviously be there for those holidays, so he was like Santa Claus, had his little bag of goodies for all of us, and it was pretty awesome to have the holidays up there. It's pretty unique, and not many of us get to do that, so it was a lot of fun.
But this holiday season will be special,
yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining in on our news conference today, and thank you for your continued interest in NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. We'll see you next time.
Hello, I'm Sunny Williams. I'm up here on the International Space Station. So this is Node 2. This is a really cool module. Of course, most of these modules you'll see they have 4 sides, and they're put together. That way we could sort of work on a flat plane.
either a wall, a floor, another wall, or the ceiling. But you know, again, all you have to do is turn yourself and your reference changes. The reason I'm bringing that up is because this is where 4 out of 6 of us sleep. And so people always ask about sleeping in space. Do you lie down? Are you in a bed? Not really, because it doesn't matter. You don't really have the sensation of lying down. You just sit in your sleeping bag. So here's one sleep station right here. I'm going in right now. You can follow me if you want. So I'm inside. It's sort of like a little phone booth, but it's pretty comfy. I've got a sleeping bag right here that we sleep in, so we don't have sort of like a little bit of a cover. We don't fly all over the place. But you know, you can sleep in any orientation. I have it feeling like I'm standing up right now, but like you saw, I'm on the floor. But it doesn't matter if I turn over and I sleep upside down. I don't have any sensation in my head that tells me that I'm upside down, so it really doesn't matter. The sleep station is also like a little office. We've got a computer in here. As you can see, we've got a couple little toys. I've got some books. I've got some clothes and other things that make it sort of like home. I'm coming out. And just for reference, that's one sleep station. This one's another. Right here. There's one on the ceiling, if you want to call it. Right here. And then there's a fourth on the other wall over here. So all of us sleep in a little bit of a circle. All right, come on back. There's more to show you. I know that there's some questions about how to use the bathroom and how do you actually live in space like normal, like at home. I mentioned real quickly about getting up in the morning and brushing your teeth and washing your face. Well, how do you do that? Well, here is the bathroom, essentially. You get up in the morning and we have a little kit, and it has all the essential things that you need, like your toothbrush and toothpaste and brush. See how much better the brush makes my hair look? I'm just joking. It still stands up straight. It doesn't matter where you are. It's always going to stand up straight while you're up in space. A lot of people ask about toothbrush and toothpaste. So, luckily enough, toothpaste, you can do it upside right this way, is sticky, and so it sticks to your toothbrush. No problem. Another cool thing is that water sticks to your toothbrush too. If you can see it, I'll have some water come out. The water is pretty neat up in space. It'll stick to your toothbrush and it will make a big bubble. And that's just by surface tension. And then you can drink it. So a lot of people ask about what do you do with the toothpaste after you brush your teeth. Two options. Swallow it, and it's sort of like mouthwash, but it tastes a little gross. Or you can just spit it out in a paper towel, and then you don't have to worry about it. Swallowing thing I wouldn't recommend at home. I'm only up here for 4 months, so it's not that bad. One of the most pressing questions about living in space, of course, is the bathroom. So let's take a look at that little piece of work. Come on in. Here we are at the throne. This is awesome. You might see the little, you might have noticed the little moon on the outside. This is our orbital outhouse right here. And of course, it serves for two functions. number 2, right here. I'll show you. But you see it's pretty small, so you have to have pretty good aim, and you be ready to make sure things get let go the right direction. And it smells a little bit, so I'm closing it up. And that's, of course, for number 2. And this guy right here is for number 1. So they're sort of 2 slightly separate functions, but you can do a little, essentially both, by hanging on right here and doing number 1 and number 2. I might add it's color coded, so you really don't get it mixed up, which is nice. This is yellows for number 1. And also, there's a selection of paper. People always ask about toilet paper. What do you do with toilet paper? What kind of toilet paper do you have? We have gloves, just because sometimes it does get messy. We have some Russian wipes, which are a little bit coarse if you like the coarse type of toilet paper. We have some nice tissues, which are nice and soft if you like soft toilet paper. We have Huggies, just for any cleanup. You know, we were all babies once, and this sort of helps. And then if things get really out of control, we have disinfectant wipes, just to make sure we clean up here. Because, you know, just like the water I showed you, the number 1 stuff can sort of go all over the place if you don't aim correctly. And did I mention both of these have a little bit of suction, so they should keep things going in the right direction. But, like I said, sometimes things get a little out of control if you are out of control yourself flying around. So we have lots of protective stuff. And of course, you do have your privacy. There's a little door, so other people know that you're in there. Here's a pretty cool place. This is sort of like in your house where everybody meets in the morning. After you wash your face, brush your teeth, you want to find something for breakfast. And this is our kitchen. You might notice there's all sorts of foods here. It's like opening the refrigerator. You got all your different stuff that you want to have: drinks, meats, eggs, vegetables, cereals, bread, snacks. And that's a good place. That's where you find all the candy. Side dishes, and then some little power bars just in case. So we have all this type of food. Some of it is dehydrated, and so we have to hydrate it, fill it up with water. Some of it is all ready made, and then all we have to do is heat it up. So something like this, I'm pulling out barbecued beef brisket. Pretty yummy. Not only is this food made in the U.S., but we also have food here from Japan. We've got Russian food. As you can see, all these red containers are filled with food that's from Russia. And then we get some of our specialty stuff, some things that we like, some of our favorite stuff that your family can send up. In fact, I like fluffernutters, and so I got sent up some fluff so I could make my fluffernutter with peanut butter. So you have a lot of food up here, no problems. Hello, I'm Sunny Williams. I'm up here on the International Space Station. So we're going into the Russian segment. Be ready. You don't need a passport either. It goes a lot farther back than this. We'll go take a trip and say hello to the boys down there in just a minute. Well, let's do that first, actually, and then we'll go down to the Soyuz at the very end. This is Yevgeny. Hi. Doing a little tour. This is the FGB, and what's cool about this module, it is actually the very first piece of the space station that came up in 1998. The space station has been around for about now, manned for 12 years, but it's been up in space for about 14 years. And this was the very first. It is like the Russians' PMM. It has a lot of storage, as you can see. Можно? Снимаем. Чуть-чуть. So So here we are in the heart of the space station, really. This is the service module. This is the central post. In case we had any problems, I know a couple of the questions were about what type of things do you have to worry about. And some of the things we have to worry about in space are fire. If we had a fire, if we had a depressurization, like we were hit by a micrometeorite and it made a hole, or if we had some type of toxic atmosphere. We use ammonia for our radiator, so there is a possibility that ammonia could come into the vehicle, and then it would be bad for all of us. If we have any of those problems, we come right here, which we call the central post. It is the main heart of the space station. It was also the first computers that came up here that ran the space station. And so behind this wall right here are these main computers. So we gather here as a group of 3 or 6 and then figure out how we're going to either fight the fire, patch the hole, or solve the toxic spill. And what's cool about this module, of course, is the central post. It also has great windows right down toward Earth. It has controls to fly in visiting spacecraft if they need some assistance right here. It has Russian computers as well as American computers to help us control anything we need to on the space station. There's a couple of our crewmates back there, Oleg Novinsky on the right and Yuri Malenchenko on the left. And there's also a second bathroom here, which is really cool because 6 of us going to one bathroom is really tough. And so there's one bathroom here and one bathroom on the other side where I showed you. And you can probably see on the wall behind Oleg and Yuri some of the heroes of the space program. Sergei Korolev, who was a chief designer of putting men into space, and of course on the right-hand side, Yuri Gagarin, the first man to go into space. So just reminds us of our roots. Yuri, what are you doing? Что делать? Making coffee. Oh. Black coffee.
Yeah.
Looks good. Okay. Спасибо. We're going to check out our Soyuz real quick. Make sure it's ready to go. All right, back to the Soyuz. I'm going to stop here just for a quick second. You can see on the Russian spacecraft there's also other modules that stick out, down, and above. Right here is, let's see, I'm trying to be oriented. That's a place where we do spacewalks from for the Russian side. There's Russian spacesuits in here, and also a visiting vehicle which brought fruits and vegetables and becomes a trash container when we undock. Up on this side is also a future place where they're going to do spacewalks from, and connected to it is Kevin's, Oleg's, and Yevgeny's Soyuz spacecraft. And now let's go see ours. Whoop! Извините.
No problem.
Это пробка. Coming down. It's a little tricky getting in here. This is the docking probe right here, this big thing. This helps us connect to the spacecraft. This probe actually sticks into this cone, and that's how the spacecraft, our Soyuz, becomes connected to the ISS initially. That is then replaced by clamps, which are around here, that will allow the 2 spacecraft to be stuck together. And then you can remove the probe in the cone. right, so here we are in the Soyuz. This is what we call the BEO, the living compartment, Bitovoy Odsek in Russian. It also has a little bathroom. It's not as good as the other bathrooms, so we try not to use it too much. It has drinking water in it if we need something to drink. And then, of course, it's filled up with a lot of cargo for us. Bringing up and also bringing back down. It has a second purpose when it comes back to Earth. It serves as a garbage container. During the descent, we'll get rid of this area right here, and everything that's in it will just burn up as it's coming into the atmosphere, so that way we can get rid of a little bit of trash. But the main area where we were on launch and where we're going to be on descent is down here, because we're not part of the trash, so we're in a safe place. So we're in the descent module, SA. It's a little small, but you can get in. Not sure how well you can see in here. Hold on for a second. I'm going to turn it up this way, just so you can see the hatch, and you can see Kevin. It's a little bit small, but we'll come in and show you around. You coming in? Probably not. Okay. Got to move a couple things. We were just starting to get ready. We're preparing a couple days ago for our ride home. It's a little bit squishy, but everybody asks, how do you sit in the Soyuz? And you sort of sit in your seat like this. The seat is molded to your body, and so you can just sort of squish in here and be pretty relaxed. Everybody has a handmade seat for them. And then, of course, there's a control panel, and that's where we do most of our actions and work right here. There's hand controllers, which you can fly the vehicle with, and there's a stick right here, primarily used for communications when we're trying to talk to the ground. So 3 of us fit in here. Like I said, it's a little squishy, but somehow it seems like we all managed to get in here and fit pretty well, and it's a pretty safe ride home. You're probably wondering, what's all this junk behind us? Well, it's all of our parachute, first of all, and then it's all of our survival gear, just in case we end up landing in some strange place on the planet and nobody's there to rescue us right away. We have all sorts of survival gear with us, keeping us safe in here. So they've pretty much thought of everything. And we'll be home on the planet within the next 12 hours. Pretty shocking.
Station, this is Houston on Space to Ground 2. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, station on 2, we're ready for the event.
YouTube Space Lab, this is Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
So, station, can you read us? This is Bill Nye at YouTube headquarters in London. Do you hear us?
We got you loud and here on the International Space Station. How you doing, Bill Nye, the science guy?
We're fabulous. You're looking great. It's very exciting. So can you just reassure us, that you really are in the space station? You're not suspended by hidden wires in a closet someplace. Maybe your hair alone kind of gives it away.
There would be a lot of wires holding my hair up right now if that was what it takes, but I guarantee we're up in space. I don't think, I'm not a gymnast, so in normal life, I don't think I could do this.
Wow, very nice, very nice.
Here I can do it. Here I can do it as a 10.
Slow motion. That was it. Very nice. Well, I really appreciate you taking time. Very nice. She stuck the landing. Very nice for taking time out of your schedule. You got a lot going on up there. I'd like to introduce you to a few people we have here back on Earth. We have the winners of the YouTube Space Lab competition. We have Dorothy and Sarah and Amr. Greetings, everybody. Greetings. Now, Sunny, you've been working on their experiments,
excited to be
right?
here with you guys. I was happy to have met you guys in Washington, D.C., and congratulations. I think it's been a little bit of a whirlwind for you since that time, so I hope you're enjoying yourself, and we're enjoying your experiments up here, so thank you.
So you look very relaxed, and then you set your microphone down. That's very nice. Or set your microphone up, or where is up. But what is a day like? I get the impression you guys are busy all the time.
Well, every day is different, and we are busy all the time. We have a general working day, same as time as you, GMT. But we usually get up around 6 and try to go to sleep around 10. But every day is different. We're doing science experiments. We're exercising. We're out doing spacewalks. We're doing robotic stuff. We just launched HTV, the Japanese module that was up here, left us yesterday. So it's one thing after another. Every day is a little bit different. It's awesome.
Now, spacewalks, launching Japanese modules, making scientific discoveries, that's routine. But you have any other stuff you have to do, like the laundry and dishes and things like that?
Well, luckily enough, most of our food is in containers, and then we throw it away, so we don't really have dishes up here. If you think about it, dishes aren't going to work up in space, so we just sort of eat our food out of different types of containers, so we don't have to do that. And there's not a lot of dirt up here, so your clothes don't get dirty for the most part.
What sort of food do you get to eat up there?
We have a wide variety of food, which is really great. You know, just in this in this little packet, I have beef fajitas, which we usually eat with tortillas because bread is a little crummy and then it makes a mess and gets in your hair and stuff. A lot of freeze-dried stuff, or dehydrated stuff, I should say. And we have a hydrator right above me. This is cauliflower and also spinach in here because my mom's probably watching and wants to know I'm eating my vegetables. And then, of course, there's things in a can. And, of course, we have candy and other things like that, which are, you know, everybody likes to eat on Earth.
It does look like, it does look delicious. But how about the experiments? Can you show us the experiments? Oh.
Certainly. I think you're thinking about experiments that these guys sent up, right? Am's experiments and Dorothy and Sarah's experiments. Yeah. And they're right here with me. So I have them here in space. This is a gap. This is Dorothy and Sarah's. And it shows a little bit change of color from when you remember it launched. It was before a little bit more red, and then we combined them in the gap experiment. And so now, obviously, with the dye, they've changed, which means there's definitely some indication of some growth. But we'll have to see how that goes when they get returned to Earth on SpaceX coming up at the end of October.
So this is where there's a dye that changes with the acidity, and so as the bacteria metabolize, whoa! As they metabolize, it changes color. Yeah.
Exactly.
So you guys
and
have
the
a
other
question for her
experiment,
right now?
which I think...
Oh, sorry.
The other experiment, which I think you guys want to take a look at, if we can get the camera to focus, is, of course, our little Nefertiti here. Let's see if she can get in focus. Hold on. Can you see her?
She's in focus, yeah. I see a lot of dead
She's a little scary. I think she's been eating well.
So, do you have a question about your spider here?
Yeah, I'll shoot a question. So, I see there are a lot of dead flies hanging around in silk threads. Did you get to see her actually do the jump?
Oh yeah, she was in the CGBA. In her habitat there, and then also in the locker where the payload folks were able to see her with the camera, and that's what this is contained right here. But every now and then, of course, I took her and Cleopatra out and fed them, by opening the plungers and opening so more fruit flies would come out. And one day I was doing that, I had the light on like this because, as you know, they hunt in the daytime, and I wanted to take a look and see if I could see her. And my gosh, I saw her stalking a fruit fly, unbeknownst to that poor little fruit fly. And she was looking at it, and she was going real close, and all of a sudden she jumped right on her. So it was amazing. And so I think the spiders absolutely adapted to space. It was incredible to watch.
Wow, I'm watching you. You're very impressed. That's very cool. So the spider's able to adapt just as you predicted on. So Sarah, Dorothy, do you have a question for Sunny?
Yeah. Hi, Sunny. Hi. So, we were wondering, can you see any differences in how yellow each test tube is to show the levels, perhaps, that our bacteria has grown depending on the medium it's in?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question one more time?
Oh, are there different levels of yellow? Can you see the different color changes, or are they all the same color?
No, they're all different. Actually, this one I just randomly picked number 5. But they all have a slightly different color. This one is really nice and orange, but some are a lighter color and some are a darker color of red. So yeah, they all have a little bit different. So I was wondering about all the data points that you guys picked, because I was wondering why they were all the different colors. And I noticed it pretty much the first time I took them out and looked at them when I was taking the pictures, that they were definitely different ones, had different colors. So you're going to see some interesting results when you get these back. And right now we're keeping them at 4 degrees in this chamber, so it should maintain its, where it is until it gets back on the Earth for you.
That sounds great.
So that's what you guys predicted, yeah?
Yeah.
That's not bad, people.
Yeah.
Look at you. Both experiments came out pretty much the way you predicted. And Sunny, you are an extraordinary part of this, and we very much appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So it's not just that these guys here have been hoping to ask you questions, and thank you for answering, but we have some questions from their classmates in Michigan in the United States. Here we go.
Hey, Dorothy and Sarah, and everyone in the studio. We're back here in Troy, Michigan, and we also have a question for Sunny the astronaut. Obviously, the Olympics were this summer, but we were wondering how international relations changed after we found out who got the gold medal.
Very interesting question. We actually, we have a little bit delayed TV up here. If we get streaming video, it's called KU. And so during the Olympics, we would get KU and get all of the highlights of the Olympics at dinner time, which was great. As a group, we would gather around the table and watch the Olympics. And I thought it was more of a bonding experience between all of us as we were cheering for each other's teams. When Japan would win and when Russia would win, we'd all be psyched for each other. And I think that's really good for international relations. It was not, on anything bad. It was more like we were supporting each other and, got to know each other's athletes through the knowledge of the other crewmate on board. So it was really fun.
That's very good news. Very good news, because our next question comes from an Olympic gold medalist, the guy who, competing with spiders, was the long jumper who won, Greg Rutherford. Greg.
Hi, Sunny. Greg Rutherford here. Just want to ask you a quick question. If our spider was my size, she could outjump me on Earth, but could she outjump me in space?
Well, I think just by mass, I think you could probably outjump the spider.
Yeah, good. That's good. It's good to know. Our next question comes from the flight director of the Mars Curiosity rover mission, Babak Ferdowsi, the Mohawk Man. Babak.
Here at the Jet Propulsion Lab, we work on robotic missions. What we'd like to know is, how could we further improve robotic missions to help human exploration?
That's, a really great question, because some people sometimes think that robotics and human spaceflight are a little bit, back and forth. There's some type of competition there. But I think robotics are awesome because they'll take the first step where we haven't had the technology developed quite yet for humans to go. And then the second thing they can do, once humans get there, they can take on repetitive tasks and do repetitive tasks such that the humans can take then the next step in exploration. So I think robotics and humans can step by step and leapfrog each other so we get further and further and understand more about our universe. So I think robotics and human spaceflight together are an awesome combination.
That's fantastic. As the CEO of the Planetary Society, this is something we advocate. I'm delighted you feel that way, Sonny. It's great. Let's change the world. So, this is good, but we've got tons of questions from our live stream viewers from all over the world. So we're going to start with Pekka Ulala. What is the most beautiful thing you've seen in space? What is the biggest insight you've had, Sonny?
Well, I tell you what really is humbling is when you look out the window and you see something like the aurora borealis, or the lights in the southern hemisphere. Also, it's just amazing because it really puts us in our place that we're, the energy around us and in the universe is overwhelming and more than we can even imagine with our minds. And there's more and more for us to discover out there. And then, of course, looking at our planet, it's just pretty. I mean, it's blue, it's green, it's purple. The clouds are forming, the ice is forming. It is just spectacular. And I've said it a number of times. I wish everybody would be able to take a lap around the planet, and then they'd have a much better appreciation for it and the people who live there. And it's just so peaceful and pretty.
Oh, that's great. You are our ambassador. You are our woman in space. Thank you. We have another question. This one from Caden Kuchera. Does it ever bother you to be in such a small area, in such a confined space up there?
Oh gosh, no. This place is great, and I was here when it was a little bit small and we only had 3 people, and now we have 6. But we have, over 10 modules, and, it goes different directions from the front of the spacecraft all the way back to the, the Russian segment back there. It's like a 5-story house. There's windows to look out of. Everything in space is more fun. Cleaning is fun. So you don't get tired of being inside because there's always a lot of things to do, and every now and then you get to go outside too. So that's a lot of fun as well. So no, I never get tired of being inside here. It's great.
That's cool. We have another question from Brianna Page Henderson. About how long is your training? How long did you work to get ready for this? And what are some of the things you had to do to prepare?
That's a great question. I think people don't realize that the space station, like I said, is big, and there are a lot of things. We don't have electricians and plumbers and computer, IT folks up here. We do it all ourselves. And so the training is about 2.5 years, and it consists of learning about the U.S. segments modules, the Japanese, the European, the Russian. So that means a lot of travel around the world. Learning the Russian language also, because we fly up in a Russian Soyuz vehicle. We learn about how that spacecraft works. And so the training is pretty extensive on skills-based, so we can be able to do all that plumbing, electrical stuff, water stuff, science stuff. So it's a lot of skills-based, but it's about 2.5 years, and it's a lot of fun. That's when you get to know your crew, because we all train together.
Now, speaking of getting to know your crew, I think none of us could miss. Somebody went flying over your right shoulder. Who was that?
So that was Aki. Of course, he represents the Japanese Space Agency here. Him and myself and Yuri Malenchenko from the Russian Space Agency flew up on a Soyuz. But also, who's up here on a different Soyuz, getting ready to go home on Sunday, is Joe Akaba, another American, and then 2 Russians, Gennady Padalka, Sergei Revin. So we've got a sorted a sundry of people, and in another month or so, another Soyuz will come up with another American and 2 Russians. So it's pretty busy up here with spacecraft coming and going and people flying in, flying out. This is a laboratory. We're working here, so you're going to see people moving around.
But they move around in extraordinary ways. I mean, they're all flying. It's pretty cool. So we have another question from our social media. This is from Douglas Martin. What does Sirius look like when you're up there, when you're closer to the star? Sirius is a star. Or what does any other star look like, really?
So it's an interesting question, and we're only about 250 miles, 400 kilometers above the Earth. So when you're thinking relatively, that's not very far from the surface of the Earth when you're thinking about how far other planets are and stars are. So size is about the same as you would see from Earth. However, without any atmosphere, the universe is crystal clear. You can really see the 3D of the darkness that's going out there. I mean, it doesn't look like a black sheet. It's like it just goes on and on. Likewise, stars are crystal clear and they're bright. And so you see definitely different sizes, just like you do on Earth, of stars, that some are smaller and some are bigger. But they are just crystal clear, and at night, it's like millions and millions of stars. It's in some place you've been where there's no light pollution and it's just a crystal clear day. It's beautiful.
That's cool. So you guys, do you have any other questions? You got it right here, right there.
I have a question. How many sunrises do you see in a day, in a 24-hour?
So in 24 hours, we go around the Earth 16 times, so you'll see 16 sunrises and sunsets. Here in the laboratory, and we've got a window below us, but it's taking some really nice pictures, and so we have it covered up with a black cover, so the pictures will come out real well. The cupola is around the corner, and sometimes it's right where the gym is, and so when you're lifting and working out, you can see the sunrise and sunset right above you. But I tell you, when we were on a spacewalk, you can really tell the difference. The heating and cooling from the time when the sun is up and when the time that it's dark is unbelievable. Before the sun even shines on you, you can feel the heat start to generate around your body. So it's impressive, the vacuum of space, how much heating and cooling goes on out there and how much sun changes things.
That's fantastic. And I remind you, it's not magic. It's science. That's pretty cool, Sonny. Thank you so much. I'm afraid we're about to lose you. Our satellites are going to lose touch with you. But do you have any final words for the winners, for Dorothy, Sarah, and Amr? Thank you so much.
Well, of course, congratulations to you guys. Your experiments were awesome up here. I know that there were thousands of other wonderful participants in this contest, or this, I think, more of a gathering of scientific minds of our future. So thanks to everybody who participated. You guys all made the contest awesome. We're just honored to have been part of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Sonny. That's just great. Thank you so much. We'll let you get back to work. Oh, wow, that was just wonderful, wasn't it? She's flying in space, you guys. Come on. Thanks, Mission Control. Thank you very much. We'll let you get back to work as well. I mean, how cool is that?
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes the event.
Hi, I'm Scott Kelly, commander of the Expedition 26 crew aboard the International Space Station. What I wanted to try to do today is give you a sense for what our situation is on board with regards to food and beverages, how we prepare that, what options we have, and how we eat here in space. So the first thing I'd like to do is get started with where our food is kept. The food that we're actually using is kept in Node 1 of the space station, and it's basically in these food containers, metal food containers, or in some bags that we have here staged for our use. But these food containers are categorized in different categories, I guess you'd say, and we have some that are side dishes, meats in pouches and cans, vegetables, and they're actually packaged in different ways. For instance, most of the meat we have and other kind of main dishes are packaged in these green containers, and we heat these up in a small food warmer, and I'll show you what that looks like. But basically, they're little green packages of meat, and in this case, this is beef tips with mushrooms, and we have crawfish etouffee, and these are what's called irradiated food, so they're hit with large doses of radiation to kill any bacteria so they can stay at room temperature and not spoil. There's also some stuff in here that's kind of off the shelf, like this tuna fish that we have. We also have some rehydratable food items. Water is heavy, and I'll talk a little bit about our water later, but they take the water out of the food because it's more efficient to add it once we get on board, and I'll talk about how we make our water here in a little bit. But we have these rehydratable food packages. For instance, here's one. I'll make this for lunch. It's asparagus, and it's in a little plastic container with some dehydrated asparagus. In this case, I'll add 50 milliliters of water to it, and it takes 5 to 10 minutes to rehydrate. So with that, I'd like to show you how we prepare this food, how we add water, warm it up, and a little bit about the beverages on board as well. So come join me in the lab where that's accomplished. Now we're in the U.S. laboratory module, and the first thing I want to show you is how we heat up these green packages of food. And these are a lot like the what's called MREs in the military, meals ready to eat. And yeah, as a matter of fact, I think they come from the same company that the U.S. military uses. Whereas these other packages are produced at the food lab at the Johnson Space Center. So this is basically this is our food warmer, and it's basically a suitcase with some heating elements in it, and we could put a number of different food packages in here. Basically, we just close it up and turn it on, and in about 20 minutes that package of food will be warm. So next I want to talk about our how we add water both to our drink packages and to the food packages, and that's also done in the laboratory module on the ceiling. And there's a potable water dispenser there that dispenses both room temperature and hot water. So let's go over there and check that out. So here we are by the potable water dispenser, which is on the ceiling here in the laboratory module of the space station. And we get our water from different places. The resupply vehicles will bring up water. The shuttle makes water as a function of how it produces electricity, but we also get water from the Russian Progress vehicles, and soon from the Japanese and the European resupply vehicles bring up water as well. The other way we get water is we make it ourselves on board from the condensate that is produced in the air due to humidity and also from our urine. And believe it or not, the water that is produced from our urine actually tastes better than any tap water I've ever tasted in the United States. It's tastes better than the water on the space shuttle. It's really clear, good quality water. So basically, we have a way to fill these little packages and introduce certain or specific volumes of both hot and room temperature water. So I'll heat up this or rehydrate this asparagus, and I basically just put it in here. And normally don't do this from this position. And I'll put 50 milliliters of hot water in there to heat it up. And as you can see, it now has water in it, and it's rehydrating, and this will take 5 to 10 minutes. And then I'll put some water into my drink bag. I'll put 250 milliliters of water in this drink bag for lemonade. Most of the drinks are kind of sweet. Most of the time, I don't drink these sweet drinks. Most of the time, I just drink water or coffee. Okay. Now what we do is just put a straw in here. And the other nice thing we have on board is a very small refrigerator, and it'll cool these drinks up very nicely. And the next thing I want to show you is how we eat this stuff once it's both rehydrated, cooled off in our little fridge, and warmed up in our food warmer. So please join me back in Node 1 around the dinner table where we eat. Back in Node 1, where we generally use as our kitchen or dining area, and I'm going to show you how we eat this food. Obviously, it's in these packages that we have to cut open, and basically we just eat all this stuff right out of the packaging. So I'm going to cut open my beef stew, and as you can see, some of it's trying to escape on me already. And I generally will eat these things one at a time, just because it's easier to manage without, having to put this stuff down. But as you can see, it doesn't look too bad. It's actually pretty tasty. That was one of my Russian crew members that went by. But it ain't bad. Yep, the one in the lab is fine. So, that's the beef stew.
Alright, we need an SSC number for dial, and we probably won't be letting you answer this short end number to start your PMC.
And this isn't the asparagus I made because the asparagus floated away somewhere. I'm not sure where it went. I'm sure it'll turn up in a couple of days. And we didn't have any more asparagus, so I made some green beans and mushrooms. So we cut this open and see it right out of the package. That was Oleg Skripochki again, going back to the Russian segment. And what I generally do, especially at night while eating dinner, is watch the news. And the ground sends up NBC nightly news every day except on the weekends. So watch it on the computer. They also send up television shows.
On our broadcast tonight, surprise appearance. Will two presidents do the trick in selling Congress on a tax deal that the current president agreed to? Justice, a long-time drama, has come to an
Here's the
Elizabeth Smart kidnapped from bed tonight for reaction.
cold lemonade.
Camilla, how could it have happened, and where was British security?
A little on the sweet side for me, but not too bad.
Are they safe or potentially harmful? Why the government is asking
And
this
also,
question again. Nixon,
we got dessert here. We got various kinds of things to eat for dessert.
How he spoke to his own daughter when he talked about what was
Some of it is like the package, like the beef stew. Others are rehydratable, and other items are just in these individual packages. So here I got dried peaches and some candy-coated peanuts.
You're President Barack Obama, you're fighting with Congress over a tax deal, and some of your own people are defecting, so who do you call when you call out for reinforcements? The answer is you call the last Democratic president. The two men burst through the door and into the White House briefing room before cameras
peaches
today. And once Bill Clinton started talking,
candy-coated almonds.
One former Clinton White House aide put it was like 1995 all over again. Another said it was as if...
Select the almonds because they look much better floating around than dried
we
peaches.
We begin here tonight with our chief White House
correspondent,
Chuck Todd, who witnessed all this in the briefing room. Chuck, good evening. Well, good evening, Brian. Look, for most of the day today, the tax debate has been dominated by Vermont's independent, self-described socialist senator, Bernie Sanders, who's been speaking on the floor of the United States Senate by himself continuously since about 10:30 this morning. Well, about 4 o'clock today, clearly the White House had had enough. So instead of briefing reporters about President Obama's private meeting with President Clinton, President Obama decided to trot out President Clinton himself to brief reporters. Well, it turned into a de facto ex-presidential press conference.
The agreement taken as a whole is, I believe, the best bipartisan agreement we can reach to help the largest number of Americans and to maximize the chances that the economic recovery will accelerate and create more jobs, and to minimize the chances that it will slip back. There's never a perfect bipartisan bill.
Dealing with the garbage here on board is somewhat of a challenge since you don't have the garbage man coming a couple times a week. We actually have to store our trash on board for several months. So it's important that it doesn't take up a whole lot of space. So we already put the green beans in there in this little in the plastic bag that one of the other food items came in. And we also want to get as much of the moisture out of this garbage, so it can then be turned back into drinkable water with our system that converts both the humidity and urine into potable water. So we try to get as much of the moisture out of these stuff as we can, and so I just make sure that the packages are as dry as possible. And obviously, if I drink this, eventually it's going to wind up back in the potable water system versus, coming to a fiery end in the re-entry of one of the Progress vehicles that carries our garbage. Well, get it as basically as dry as possible. And then we separate our wet trash from our dry trash, because the wet trash is, can get more smelly. And so we put our wet trash in these Russian waterproof bags, and one of these will last me, as the only U.S. crew member on board here, well over a week. We'll get this as small as we possibly can, filled up, and eventually it'll go in the Progress. The dry trash is stored separately in a long plastic trash bag, but I don't have one of those right here to show you. In any case, hope you enjoyed joining me here for lunch on the International Space Station and learned a little bit about how we manage and deal with the food and beverages on board. Thanks for joining me today.
You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the Space Shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. But if all goes well today, we will mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it. And there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
Great. And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
Are you going to be on good behavior? Are you going to listen to mommy and make her life easy?
You can hear them.
Ready? Let's light this candle, I agree. Launch America! Bye, guys.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there.
Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here.
Core on countdown 1 at 2 hours 57 minutes. The crew has arrived at the pad on schedule.
But there they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket.
Core on countdown 1 at T-minus 2 hours and 46 minutes. The crew has arrived at the White Room and its ingress is in progress on schedule.
And as they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. And as you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those seats.
And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon, SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go!
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Countdown 1 is unmerged.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call. We have a few words for you from our Falcon 19.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9. And it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Bala, I'd like to proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
Without further ado, we would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour. We chose Endeavour for a few reasons. One, because of this incredible endeavor NASA, SpaceX, and the United States has been on since the end of the shuttle program back in 2011. The other reason we named it Endeavour is a little more personal to Bob and I. We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour, and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with. So we hope you enjoy that name, and once again, welcome on board. Today we accomplished the first flight off the Florida coast in quite some time, and Doug and I were really proud to have an opportunity to be a part of that. We're doing it in a brand new spaceship, a spaceship that's a lot different than its namesake Endeavour, the space shuttle, in that it has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most of the interfacing requirements that we have. But we've got the capability to interface with the vehicle, and it's kind of interesting. There's a command. This little button over here is actually what the commands are for our displays. One thing that does get lost is there is a extensive button panel down below as well. So over on this side, we can turn the displays on and off, as well as send some commands for some contingency situations. On the other side, we have the ability to deploy chutes and things like that on entry. So we do have some buttons, but the primary interface is these displays. So nice, new, modern cockpit that we've got for our compared to our namesake, the Space Shuttle Endeavour. And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us. We did, it turns out, end up with one stowaway on board our vehicle when we launched today. It was not just Doug and I who accomplished the launch here. We do have an Apatosaurus aboard. We both have two boys who are super interested in dinosaurs. And we collected up all the dinosaurs between the two houses, and Trimmer, the Apatosaurus, got the vote from the boys to make the trip into space today with us. And so that was a super cool thing for us to get a chance to do for both of our sons, who I hope are super excited to see their toys floating around with us on board. I'm sure they would rather be here given the opportunity, but hopefully they're proud of this as well.
At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0. At this moment, we're less than a mile away from station. Dragon just under 1,200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second.
And here's a view from Dragon. Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward that will hopefully get some additional views for as we get closer to docking. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat and the pilot seat. Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat.
There they are. And that's 200 meters from the center line of the space station.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close.
I think you can see a meatball and American flag on that on the spacecraft. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle and you can see sort of the sealing surface. Those 4 circular slots right underneath the nose cone within that red ring are the forward bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. Our visors are down.
Visors down. They are.
Copy, visors down.
They're sitting right there, 20 meters from the docking port. One more view.
SpaceX in station, Dragon on the big loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy, inbound.
Mission copy.
Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late, and so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. Two meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon in space. Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time a United States spaceship has docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. The crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo 2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley. Demo 2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on its Demo 2 mission.
Station, this is the NASA administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country, and in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and of course NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
First, I just want to say thank you again to Bob and Doug and your families from all of us here at SpaceX, all of our locations, all of our partners, all of our vendors, everyone for trusting us to bring you up there.
Hey, thanks, Benji. Same back at you. You know, congratulations to the folks out at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy. Just an incredible journey we've had the last couple days. A great day in space today, our first day of work on space station, but what a great ride on Dragon and Falcon 9 to get us here. Everything worked exactly the way we planned it to work, and that's a credit to the teams there in Hawthorne and McGregor and Kennedy. Just it's a pretty awe-inspiring trip so far, and very humbling, and just we're just so proud to represent SpaceX and NASA in this new next launch capability.
You guys have a picture of the Earth, and you have a flag which also represents the friendly competition, maybe, that brings us unity. Why don't you tell us about that there?
Yeah, so this is the flag that we left here almost 9 years ago on STS-135. It had actually flown on STS-1, and then it flew again with us on STS-135. And at some point after the end of the shuttle program, we decided we would have a little friendly competition to see who came up and got this flag. And congratulations, SpaceX, you got the flag. So Bob and I, Chris will not let us forget it. That's the biggest thing, is this will be on his to-do list when we get the nod to return Dragon back to Earth, and hopefully this will find a great place of honor somewhere in Hawthorne.
Everyone at NASDAQ is thrilled that you're able to join us here today virtually as we get set to ring today's opening bell.
All right, Bob Mini Workstation BRT has a red small.
Yes.
3 short wire ties, 1 long wire tie.
1 long, 1, 2, 3 shorts. Swing arm.
Red small.
PGT. Red small. It's PGT number 7.
Number 7. Cal knot motor 30.5. And 7/16 swabbing.
Bob, your helmet is locked. Just check out all your stuff, make sure you're good.
The thermal cover is open. I'm egressing.
We copy.
and the 2 spacewalkers will be making their way to the far starboard truss of the International Space Station to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the first of 2 power channels for the S6 truss with new lithium-ion batteries and their associated adapter plates. You back inside where you can see that thermal cover of the hatch is closed. Still waiting on the opportunity to close the hatch. However, the spacewalk does not end until repressurization begins.
First of all, I'm super excited that this is the first payload you're working with on space station, so it makes it super special for me. And you can start. We have the video. We'll be watching.
When you install the sample cartridge, we'd like you to first hand snug bolt Bravo and then do bolt Alpha and let us know if there's any difference between those two bolts.
Like you to do is, like, with two hands, you're going to grab the drink bag and try to squeeze it uniformly so that you actually drain it in about 15 seconds.
Keep it going, cool. Nice. Well done.
And Endeavour Houston on 2 while we wait for the fan. On this day in space history, 9 years ago today, Mr. Doug Hurley launched on STS-135.
Well, welcome aboard to the International Space Station and the crew of Expedition 63. It's an exciting day for us all as we bid farewell to our two friends and colleagues, Bob and Doug, as they complete the journey of this amazing test mission. Before I hand the mic over to Bob and Doug, I do want to make mention of this very special flag. It has deep space history, getting deeper, as this flag will return to Earth with the Crew Dragon guys and spend a little bit of time on Earth and very soon make a trip to the moon in short order. So, Doug, the flag's all yours. It's been a pleasure, and here you go.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this. This flag has spent some time up here, on the order of 9 years since we dropped it off on STS-135 after it flew on STS-1. So very proud to return this flag home and see what's next for it on its journey to the moon. It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory that will last a lifetime for me. Just all the incredible teamwork and accomplishments, with the highlights obviously being the 4 spacewalks that we worked together literally as a crew of 5 to have success and to complete that part of the upgrade for the International Space Station, which leaves it in a great posture for the future. As I look back on the mission that we've had here on the International Space Station, I'm proud to have been a part of much of the science activities that happened over the last 2 months. As Doug and Chris mentioned, the spacewalks and robotics activity. Chris and I were able to join the 10 Spacewalk Club, which is a pretty neat thing that, just a few short months ago, I didn't think I would do another spacewalk, and to now have the chance to have done 4 more with Commander Cassidy was just icing on the cake for a wonderful mission. And as I look forward to heading back home for the splashdown, I do think that from a family perspective, my son and Doug's son are really excited not only to get their fathers back, but to get our Apatosaurus, our zero-G indicator that they nominated to go with us on this historic mission to the International Space Station, and bringing that to launch and return capability back to the U.S. And so for Jack and Theo, Tremor the Apatosaurus is headed home soon, and he'll be with your dads. You'll have to pick which one of us is your favorite.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. The ground is go for undocking at the undocking sequence start time of 23:30 GMT. Please confirm your visors are down and that you are ready for undock and departure.
Dragon copies, go for undock on time, our visors are down, and we're ready for departure.
We copy all. Dragon SpaceX, all hooks open and nominal.
All hooks open.
Dragon departing.
Dragon SpaceX, separation confirmed.
Okay, separation
Great burns. Physical separation 4:35 p.m. Pacific. Thrusters looking good. Counting down to a nominal departure burn 0 coming up shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 0 complete.
Copy complete. Our visors up.
And with that, Bob and Doug have concluded their stay aboard the International Space Station. They're on their way back to planet Earth. Confirms a physical separation at 4:35 p.m. Pacific as the station and Dragon were flying 267 statute miles over Johannesburg, South Africa.
Station Endeavour on the big loop.
Go ahead, Endeavour.
Chris, we just can't thank you enough. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of Expedition 63 with you, Anatoly, and Ivan.
It's been a great 2 months, and we appreciate all you've done as a crew to help us prove out Dragon on its maiden flight. I'd also like to thank Zeb and his team in Mission Control in Houston for the incredible amount of work they did to make the dock to ops successful for Dragon, and also the teams at SpaceX that keep us going towards the end of our mission, that we look forward to Splashdown tomorrow. I'd also like to wish you a great success on the rest of your expedition and a safe flight home in the fall. Take care, friend.
Endeavor,
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Houston, and thank you, SpaceX. Endeavor Station, Bob and Doug, wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. It's been a real pleasure. It's been an honor to serve with you. Safe travels, and have a successful landing. Endeavor's a great ship. Godspeed.
Endeavor copies all. Thanks, Chris.
Good morning, Dragon Endeavor. I'm happy you went into space, but I'm even happier that you're coming back home.
Rise and shine, Daddy. We love you. We can't wait to see you. Wake up, wake up.
Rise and shine, Dad. Me, Luke, Leo, and Mom can't wait to see you, Daddy. Love you.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. Say, wake up. Don't worry, you can sleep in tomorrow. Hurry home so we can go get my dog.
We love you, Dad.
Good morning, Jay. Good morning to SpaceX, and thank you especially to Jack and to Theo for that wonderful message this morning. Hopefully the pressure's all on whoever's making the weather call, because those boys seem excited to bring us home.
Yeah, we concur. It was great hearing them, and happy to hear you. And lucky for you, weather is looking great at Pensacola. Dragon is also healthy and proceeding towards the primary deorbit opportunity.
We've got some live views inside the Dragon Endeavor capsule. Bob and Doug there in their seats as they are making final preparations and doing final reviews as we get ready to initiate the deorbit sequence. Closest to the camera there is NASA astronaut Doug Hurley, and further away from the camera is NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. These are two incredibly wonderful humans. We affectionately call them our space dads here at SpaceX. It's been such an honor to be able to fly them. Of course, Doug Hurley was actually the pilot of the final space shuttle mission, STS-135, back in 2011. And honestly, when I heard that he was assigned to this mission, I cried because, just to have the opportunity to return the pilot of that final mission to the space station in this capacity is so cool. And I've loved following this mission since the moment that we started training for it here in Hawthorne.
Dragon, SpaceX, deorbit sequence start.
Never copied.
There on your screen, we have a shot of the capsule as it is preparing to deploy those initial parachutes, the drogue parachutes. Again, these parachutes help slow the vehicle down even further and help stabilize in preparation for main chute deployment. Right about now, the capsule is going about 400 miles per hour, decelerating quickly.
And standing by for drogue deploys.
Visual, 2 drogues out.
There on your screen, we have visual confirmation of those 2 drogue deployments.
Happy to drogue.
All right, so 2 of 2, the drogues now out. They're going to do their slowing and stabilizing of the Dragon spacecraft. They should be detaching in just a few moments, and then we'll see 4 parachutes, the main parachutes deployed. Dragon under drogues.
Drogue descent rate nominal.
So the expected descent rate, the expected velocity out of the drogue's nominal. We're right at around 150 miles an hour and already dropping. You can see the drogues now detach.
And there we have confirmation of deployment of the 4 main parachutes.
We are visual on 4 chutes out.
We are visual. 4 main parachutes deployed.
4 main.
So at this point, the main parachutes have deployed. They are inflating, as you can see there on your screen, continuing to slow Dragon down significantly. We are anticipating splashdown in just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
And we've already slowed the vehicle down to about 16 miles an hour. It's already less than a kilometer in altitude.
Main chute descent rate nominal, passing through 700 meters.
So at this point, Dragon has saved all propulsion systems on
600
board.
meters.
600 meters.
And we're 600 meters above the Gulf of Mexico.
Should be approximately 1:30 from splashdown.
Mission control team here in Hawthorne has reported the precise landing coordinates to the recovery team. They are standing by, ready to go get our space dads.
100 meters.
Just passed about 300 meters. 1 minute till splashdown.
200 meters. We are braced for splashdown.
Copy, brace for splashdown.
So there we heard Bob and Doug reporting that they are bracing for a splashdown. We should be able to see the Gulf of Mexico here in the shot just momentarily, as we're now just about 20 meters off the ocean.
Splashdown.
As you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation for splashdown.
SpaceX copies and concurs. We see splashdown and mains cut.
Dragon Endeavour has returned home. The NASA astronauts
And Endeavour, on behalf of the SpaceX and NASA teams, welcome back to planet Earth, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
It was truly our honor and privilege to fly in flight of the Crew Dragon and Endeavour. Congratulations, everybody at SpaceX. All good, and we're into section of 4.800.
Thanks for those words, Doug, and we copy that you are into 4.800.
So great news all around there. Our space dads are back on Earth after a 19-hour return journey from space. Dragon Endeavour has splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. And on your screen there, you can see our 2 fast boats, and they are indeed fast, racing out to greet Dragon Endeavour as it sits there. The first on there, we can see a view inside the capsule. Bob and Doug looking good. Although the communication was a little choppy, we did hear...
Endeavour in 3.1, we show ourselves in stable 1.
And SpaceX copies for vehicle assessment, step 3.1, stable 1. Good news.
Oh, still getting a view from the WB. The airplane flying overhead, it gave us those great views, really our first views of Bob and Doug re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. from up above. You can see the 4 parachutes in the water. We heard those were cut automatically as expected by Dragon. So for now, the crew just standing by. Again, they're going to stay in their suits, in their seats.
Dragon will be hoisted using the hydraulic lift out of the water and into that nest. That nest will then be pulled towards the camera from this view, towards those individuals on that upper deck there.
Dragon SpaceX, brace for capsule lift in about 30 seconds.
We're ready, thank you.
All right, so the crew was just told in the next 30 seconds, they have the lines affixed, so they're going to start lifting the capsule up out of the water. And at this point, the communication we're getting with Dragon is actually being routed through the boat itself at this point. So there we can see the lift. Dragon is out of the water.
Yeah, so
now
now
that A-frame's going to start swinging it back. And it's bound right for that nest at the bottom of your screen.
And there we can see Dragon Endeavour being carefully set down into the recovery nest on top of Go Navigator.
Dragon SpaceX, welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing final checks and preparing to translate you to the egress platform.
Be happy. Thank you.
And we see the hatch is now open. Hatch being opened at 12:59 p.m. Pacific. The hatch is open.
So right now they're going to put a piece of equipment in there that basically smooths out the edges and makes sure that it is a comfortable exit from the Dragon capsule. Just a little piece of structure there to ensure that the hatch will remain open and that any sharp edges around that side hatch are protected.
And Solo from the PLT, I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing us home safe before I disembarked from the ship Endeavour. I'm sure Doug will have some good words for you guys as well. But thank you for doing the most difficult parts and the most important parts of human spaceflight, getting us into orbit and bringing us home safely. Thank you again for the good ship Endeavour.
Thank you, Bob, for those awesome words. It's absolutely been an honor and a pleasure to work with you from the entire SpaceX team. It's been awesome.
SpaceX Dragon from the commander.
Go for SpaceX.
Mike, I just would like to sort of reiterate what Bob said and add my thanks to everybody over the last several years that's either worked in Hawthorne, McGregor, or down at Kennedy Space Center. Anybody who's touched Endeavour, you should take a moment to just cherish this day, especially given all the things that have happened this year. We certainly can't thank you enough. Our families can't thank you enough. And, just proud to be a small part of this whole effort to get a company people to and from the space station. They can celebrate with each other, and we'll talk to you soon, hopefully in person.
Thanks so much, Doug, and you're welcome, and thank you so much for those kind words. And we all wish you a safe journey home and a happy reunion with your family soon, and we look forward to seeing you in person as well.
Mikey.
Yeah, so Bob Bankin, the pilot, the Joint Operations Commander for this mission, out of the capsule now. So he's making his way over to the medical area, and now they're going to work to get Doug Hurley out next.
I think I saw a smile on Bob's face.
He was a thumbs up all the way. As they've been giving us some regular status updates from inside the capsule, they've been feeling really good. And so now we're just standing by for our spacecraft commander, Doug Hurley, to make his way out into the fresh air for the first time in 64 days. And it looks like we've got him out. We've got some applause here.
And as you can see in Mission Control, a standing ovation for a job well done all around.
Yeah, our crew members, Bob and Doug, are now safely back home on Earth, and they're going to get checked out now by the medical team. They're going straight into the medical quarters on board the ship. That'll be their first stop on planet Earth, and then they're going to be making their way up into a helicopter and then heading back to dry land. So once they're complete, the team's going to prepare Dragon itself, and they're going to begin taking it back to shore.
I think the biggest thing that we would both like to talk about is just to thank, you can see Steve and Kathy here and Elon. You know, this has been quite an odyssey the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, 5 years since Bob and I started working on this program. And to be where we are now, the first crewed flight of Dragon is just unbelievable. We've said it before, just a tremendous privilege to be part of this program, to be part of NASA, and to spend 2 months on the International Space Station with one of the greatest officers, crewmates, astronauts, Chris Cassidy. It just was a real pleasure for both of us. And I'm sure Bob will talk about the spacewalks, but just to see those two work out on the International Space Station, you're not going to see anything like that again. It just was, it was just amazing to be part of that. And then, you know, the flight of Dragon on Falcon, and then the reentry today. It's a lot to process. As I said 5 hours ago, we were in a spaceship bobbing around, making prank satellite phone calls to whoever we could get a hold of, which was kind of fun, by the way. You can send him the bill for the sat phone. But anyway, we really appreciate all of you coming to say hi and welcoming us back. It's a little bit overwhelming to see everybody here, considering the things that have gone on the last few months since we've been off planet. But thank you again for coming to say hi, and hopefully we'll be able to share a lot of this mission with you in a few months, hopefully, if not sooner. But thank you again.
Well, first of all, thank you for everybody who came out today. I know with all the challenges, everybody's wearing a mask with the situation that we're in, it's not trivial to get this many people here to try to be close and celebrate what we've accomplished. I think for both Doug and I, the thing that we're most excited about having accomplished with this mission is, you know, it's written right on that sign where it says Launch America, and then, of course, Land America today. As we went through our years as astronauts here at the Johnson Space Center, we got to live through a big chunk of the shuttle era and a big chunk of the assembly of the space station. When the space shuttles retired, when Doug took his final flight to wrap that up, I think it was a sad day for us in the because there's something special about having that capability to launch and bring your own astronauts home. And we went through a lot of years without that capability, and I think we're both super proud to have been just a small part of the team that accomplished bringing those space flights back to the Florida coast and bringing that capability back to America. As Doug mentioned, we had the luxury of having just a super crew on board the International Space Station with Chris Cassidy, with Anatoly and Yvonne. They just took wonderful care of us. I can't think of anything that we could have had more in place and ready for us when we arrived than what Chris set up for us. And so we're extremely thankful for him and his work to make things look easy for us. You know, we didn't have the full training template that was out there. We had an abbreviated flow and got to take advantage of an opportunity, if you will, to try to take care of Space Station as we accomplished this test mission. And so I think we're both really proud of that and happy that it didn't become a distraction. We were able to accomplish the test mission objectives and work through those, kind of get Dragon certified in some sense to be ready for our return home when the time came to do that. And so it all just worked out wonderfully. And so today, when we got the wake-up calls from our boys, telling us a little bit about what they were looking forward to, which was us coming home, and in Theo's case, getting a new dog. It was a wonderful morning, and we very much appreciated it. And so, again, I think this kind of comes full circle. Took years to get here. We brought the capability back to America, and we came home safely to our families. And it took a lot of people a lot of time to make that happen. And so, to Kathy, thank you for that. Of course, you had Steve as your right-hand man for the most recent history, at least. And we definitely really appreciate the hard work that you all had to go through to ensure that the contractors, in this case, the SpaceX team, really could understand NASA and what we needed to be able to have in place to have human spaceflight be safe in the way that we wanted to operate it. And I think for the SpaceX team, we couldn't have asked for a more wonderful team to work with. I think, we definitely are old dogs and like some of our old tricks because it's not always because lazy. Sometimes it's because we did it before and we know an easy solution, and we try to share that with folks. And that's really, as we go forward to further activities, whether it's in low Earth orbit to the moon or beyond, we need to figure out the best way to share what NASA knows with the contractor team and help them be as successful as possible. And I think maybe we weren't there 5 or 6 years ago, of course, but by the time we launched and certainly by the time we returned, I think there was a very tight-knit relationship between the SpaceX team and our NASA team, and we worked together to accomplish what we accomplished. So with that, I just want to thank you all for coming out today and celebrating this victory with Doug and I, and recognize our small part of what was accomplished. Thank you all.
Here are the astronauts who will fly for the first time ever in Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books. Good morning, and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz.
And I'm Dee Russell with Boeing Communications. Also joining us today is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. Great to have you here.
Good morning. Third time's the charm. Beautiful day outside. The rocket's ready. The crew's getting suited up. This is an awesome day.
Yeah, beautiful start to the day so far, again, with that gorgeous sunrise we saw. And as you alluded, this is our third attempt to launch Butch and Sunny on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. And Starliner teams last tried launching on Saturday, but stood down just minutes before liftoff because of a power issue in a piece of ground support equipment.
NASA and Boeing want to certify Starliner for regular flights to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Mike, why is it so important to have a second commercial spacecraft that can take astronauts to and from the space station from American soil?
We call it dissimilar redundancy. So the more chances, the more ways that we can send humans into space, the better it is for NASA and for our country and for the planet.
Now, Mike, I know you're great friends with both Butch and Sunny, and you got to speak with them late last night. So how are they feeling going into this third launch attempt?
I am very impressed with my colleagues for being such optimists and such professionals.
So we have people here in Florida and in Texas to help explain every part of this mission. Let's start first with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke, who are monitoring the spacecraft and rocket from the United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC.
Yeah, Dee, welcome to the ASOC. We are at ULA's rocket headquarters, really over here on the Cape side. Dylan and I have a great spot for today's launch operations here in the ASOC. We have special viewing and monitoring opportunities here in what I like to consider the press box that's, above the big game going on downstairs. We've got this great view of the launch control team down here, and then we have the mission directors on one side of us and engineering support on the other side. So it is really the best spot to be following along with all the procedures today. And we did just hear that we have a go to proceed with the pad team moving back over to the pad. And Dylan, that's because fueling is wrapped up.
Well, that's right, Lauren. Atlas V and Centaur are fueled and ready to go. But looking back at our experience over the weekend here during our second CFT launch attempt on Saturday, we held our terminal count at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds because of an issue detected by our ground launch sequencer. After the scrub, our technicians and engineers worked overnight to assess all of our ground support equipment at the launch pad. The assessment identified an issue with a single ground power supply within a redundant computer chassis that supplies power to a set of cards which control various system functions. That power supply fault caused several cards to go offline, and shortly after we entered terminal count, the ground launch sequencer attempted to verify the appropriate level of redundancy during terminal count, and when it received the feedback that those cards were offline, the ground launch sequencer terminated the countdown. On Sunday, that chassis that contained the faulty ground power unit was removed, visually inspected, and replaced with a spare chassis. We didn't find any physical indications of significant failure with it, so we'll be doing a full failure analysis on that power unit. Meanwhile, with the new equipment in place, we have performed a full functional checkout of the chassis and all the cards. All the hardware is performing nominally. So with that, we are complete with cryogenic tanking today. All the tanks are in topping mode. Tanking and all of our operations today have gone very smoothly so far. All of our pre-launch checks are basically complete. As you said, the readiness poll has been completed for pad entry, and the blue team will be arriving shortly back on the pad to complete final checks before the crew arrives.
Well, good morning, Lauren and Dylan, and welcome to Hangar AE inside the broadcast booth where the commercial crew program, the management and engineers behind me are monitoring the ULA and Boeing's preparations for launch. You mentioned the weather, and of course that's a really good one today, as it has been for the previous two attempts. We are back at just 10% probability of violation, which is 90% go, and you can see why outside. It's a beautiful view outside. You see the graphic there, 90% go.
A great shot of Commander Butch Wilmore. With that, why don't we learn a little bit more about him? So NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain, raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. He is married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 beautiful daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. And before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then in 2014 he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41 to the International Space Station. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks. This flight test will be his 3rd mission to the ISS.
And Sunny Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Sunny's 3rd mission to space, making her the first woman to test flight on an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Sunny has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Sunny was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts. She's married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, camping, as well as working on cars and houses. We have teams at Mission Control in Houston monitoring Starliner's flight to the space station. Let's check in first with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thank
Thanks so much, Dee, and welcome back once again to Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center. I'm NASA's Brandy Dean.
And I'm Jim May with Boeing. The flight control team here in Houston, they're well rested and they're ready to get back to work, preparing to see Starliner safely through its first ascent with crew on board. The team's been training pretty hard for this. We've got hundreds of simulations and now a couple live scrub launches, so they're ready to get Starliner into space.
Yeah, I would say they're not going anywhere until Starliner does. The flight control team is again led by Flight Director Mike Lammers, who you see here in the view sitting next to Flight Director Rick Henfling. Henfling's working alongside him to keep an eye on the weather. And then further down the row on Lammers' other side, we have Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick acting as today's Capcom.
And now we have an arm wrestling contest between Joe Acaba and Butch Wilmore. Oh, no, not right hand, lefty. Oh, here we go. Let's take this in. I think Butch said, "Are you trying?" Oh, I think it ended in a tie. Come on, guys. We're going to do some rock, paper, scissors. You know, I don't see any cards in this. This is a tradition. Normally, if that's part of the suit up, after they've got their suits and done their checks, they do a card game. But in this case, it appears they are going with rock, paper, scissors. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief you see there, Joe Acaba. And he beat him. He beat him.
And here we go. Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway to depart astronaut crew quarters. Again, armed with roses. This time, it looks like orange or yellow roses. They had red roses the other day. But again, same tradition of handing some of those off to folks who have supported them throughout this mission.
Well, if the yellow roses work this time, I think Starliner 1 will be handing out yellow roses the first time.
Oh, that's wonderful. Here they come, our CFT crew taking their first steps outside for their historic flight test to the International Space Station. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams. Pausing for a second, a wave from both of them as they walk on over to family and friends. I think throwing out mission patches. Was that it?
Yeah, Butch definitely likes to share the joy.
And again, they had a couple more roses, which they've handed out to folks here in the crowd.
Atlas, which has a 100% mission success rate.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Crew transport vehicle is into the pad.
Roger.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren.
Clear to proceed to level 12.
Crew has arrived on level 12.
And here they go. Butch and Sunny walking across the crew access arm. Their way into the white room there.
LCS on 1.
Before they get into Starliner.
Go ahead.
Step 170, L1 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
Now, here in the white room, we have some other pad team members here. Obviously, they're all good friends, having a good time, and now a prayer before they get down to business.
Houston, Starliner, we're ready to power suit fan Bravo.
Roger that. Houston is also ready for suit fan Bravo, so you'll go on the Ecos control panel, suit fan Bravo to on.
All right, here we go.
All right. Butch powering his suit fan on. You've heard a couple of comm checks there, actually, between the pad team member you see working at the top with Butch and Butch himself, and then as well as Butch back and forth between Josh Kutrick, who will be on Starliner 1.
Now here, Sunny is. She's in her pilot seat inside Starliner. We're going to see the same sort of process that we saw with Butch, right? So they're going to get her buckled in, same 5-point harness, the toe and knee restraints. And then also we'll hear the various comm checks, again, with different teams, right, that they need to be communicating with, Mike?
Absolutely. Everybody needs to be able to keep track for different reasons, but the Boeing Mission Control Center here in Florida, as well as the Mission Control Center in Houston, as well as the Launch Control Center here at the ASOC. And so everybody needs to be able to talk to each other, to the crew, in case there's something that needs us to fix or to solve before launch.
All right, guys, let's bring this up again because this does have special meaning to Sunny. Again, this is Sunny and Butch's zero gravity indicator. You can see that it is a rainbow sequence narwhal, which is a male toothed whale. And male narwhals are the ones that you see with the signature. Look at Fink taking a picture of me, showing this to you like Vanna White over here. But so the male narwhals are the ones with that single straight tooth. And Sunny really wanted to pick an indicator that raised awareness for how space and ocean research go together. And space, of course, really gives us that unique vantage point of our oceans. So this particular narwhal toy was coincidentally also named Calypso, as Mike just mentioned, which happens to be the name of today's Starliner spacecraft, which Sunny named in 2019.
Going up with Butch and Sunny tonight is artwork from children all over the world. In collaboration with the Space Foundation, Boeing asked for drawings and paintings in response to the question, which historical space pioneer inspires you? They received about 3,500 entries from 66 different countries and 35 U.S. states. Every single entry will be flown as a digital file. The artists, ages 3 to 18, received a certificate showing their masterpiece would be flown to the International Space Station.
Starliner, be advised, we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
We are ready.
Oh, they are ready for sure.
They are ready, I know. We are ready too.
Several weeks.
Copy that. We're smiling out here too. See you in a couple weeks.
Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping close eye on the activities in Florida as the crew got into their seats and went through their suit checks. Also, as they closed the hatch and started pressurizing Starliner. In about an hour, Lammers is going to be polling the team here in Houston for goes or no-goes, hoping to get thumbs up across the board for today's launch. He'll be speaking for his team when he gives his final go-no-go to the launch conductor about 7 minutes before launch.
And the International Space Station flight control team, led at this hour by Flight Director Allison Bollinger, has in fact polled her team, and the ISS is go for launch.
We are here on the roof of the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center, and joining me is NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy. Deputy Administrator, you have obviously firsthand experience on the effects of spaceflight on the human body. Can you discuss with us the human research experiments that Butch and Sunny will take part in during their mission?
Yeah, this human research program is critically important. There are so few people overall that have been to space that every single one counts. So when Butch and Sunny go up to the space station, they'll join our astronauts up there right now, Tracy, Mike, Matt, and Jeanette, and they will join in some of the same medical experiments so that we can have a larger pool of data. But in addition to that, we'll be watching very closely a couple of things. This is a new trajectory for a vehicle. It's going to be the first question I'm going to want to ask. How did it feel? What was the ride like? And then, of course, they've got plenty of experience getting out of the vehicle before launch, but it'll be a different thing after flying in space, and we're going to want to look at that closely.
Thank you so much for joining us. Can you discuss a little bit why it's important for the space agency that we have another American spacecraft launching to space from American soil?
Well, I mean, it is truly historic day that we have today. It is the 6th time we've launched a new vehicle to space, and this time the first female on one of those missions in Sunny, and from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, not the Air Force Station any longer. And we're also, now it gives us that chance to get back to ISS with another crew, and the learning that we're doing there about the human body, about technology, about science. Of course, science is key to all we do. And then to prepare ourselves for those missions to the moon and then on to Mars.
We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the space coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
Minus 11 minutes.
For the crew access
arm. Control, though the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
It takes about 2 minutes to rotate the 120 degrees back away from Starliner to its stowed position and latched position on the crew access tower. Here we go. But we could, in the event of an emergency, redeploy it in less than 15 seconds. Let's listen in to Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo conduct that final terminal count status check as we prepare for launch.
Minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion.
Go.
Hydraulics.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Has gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GC cube.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
Com.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Starliner.
Starliner, go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC. Verify T0 is set for 14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the white room. Also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, a people committed to God, family, and country, a people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be. Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark,
Roger.
The time will be T-minus 4 minutes and count. 3, 2, 1, mark. 159. Vehicle internal. 155. Launch sequencer start. 150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Vehicle is now transferred to its onboard batteries, and topping is
140.
completed.
Launch enabled. 137. FTS armed. .120. OCU's armed. SCS count started. EDS Ascent.
Starliner, last arm to auto. Last arm auto.
Roger.
That call meaning if the emergency detection system on Atlas detects something.
Block report range status.
Range green. 54. POP started.
It will trigger the launch abort system on Starliner and fire automatically. If that happened, the spacecraft would push itself away from the rocket a mile up and a mile out.
Atlas at flight fresh.
Centaur at flight press. 25.
Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Sunny.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us. Commander Butch Wilmer there, calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for its ascent. The guidance, navigation, and control officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
Starliner passing through max Q, or the point of maximum dynamic pressure where the forces of air friction are highest, which in Sunny will shortly be passing through Mach 1 for the speed of sound.
Got a good throttle up.
Starliner and Atlas. Looking good with speeds and attitude increasing as expected. Coming up in less than 20 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
Good SRB burnout.
Good SRB.
Now that the fuel in the solid rocket boosters has been depleted, the Atlas main booster stage will be continuing its burn for about the next 3 minutes.
Good handle.
Good handle.
That call, good handle from Capcom Joshua Kutrick, indicating that the crew now has the ability to initiate an abort manually if needed. All looking good so far. Now 2 minutes into Starliner's flight and coming up on the solid rocket booster jettison at the 2 minute and 40-second mark.
CLT net, good trajectory.
CLC.
The solid rocket boosters have now been jettisoned after seeing Starliner through its first 90 seconds of flight. Team on the ground here confirming that it was a good jettison and that the vehicle's trajectory continues to look good. Now 3 minutes into today's flight.
Atlas booster now throttling back to limit the G-forces on Butch and Sunny, and trying to limit that to around 3.5 times the force of gravity you would feel while on the ground.
Staging was good. You have good control.
And now the second stage's 2 Centaur engines have ignited to continue pushing Starliner into space, fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The next milestone that we'll be watching for is the aeroskirt jettison.
Nominal MECO Starliner.
Nominal MECO.
And with that nominal MECO call, that's main engine cutoff. We've got good energy, meaning a good velocity for continuing to orbit, and a good plane, meaning Starliner's trajectory is aligned with the International Space Station for rendezvous tomorrow.
LV-SEP confirmed.
Good LV-SEP.
And now that Starliner has separated from the Centaur upper stage, we have a big thank you to our partners at ULA, providing Butch and Sunny a smooth ride to space.
That is not the end of today's orbit activity, though. The team will now be getting ready for the orbital insertion burn, which comes 31 minutes after flight. 15 seconds left to go, and once again, you'll be able to see those engines firing on this digital screen here that show when the burn has started.
2 seconds. And flight controllers here in Houston, seeing 4 good OMACs, good burn.
We took a look. That was a good OI burn. You're maneuvering to NavCal 1.
Good OI burn, going to NavCal 1.
And with that call up, both crew and flight controllers agreeing that that was a good OI burn. I'm looking at the trajectory plot here in Mission Control. I see our trajectory pointing us directly up to the altitude we need to go to for the next burn.
And of course, you're seeing lots of happy faces and cheers there in Florida. Everybody glad to see Starliner safely in orbit with Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams in tow, sending it on its way to the International Space Station for docking tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time.
Subscribe for more space.